Welcome. Frost Studio presents you, Tix Factory Tycoon. Have fun.
What's going on, everybody? I am Cole.
Reborn.
What are you doing? I'm here for you alone. Going to game and smoking out. Dynamite is gonna be smoking no one. I can't fit any worse than your free martini. Dynamite is gonna be drinking a free martini. One point I get is it worse than your vice president. Dynamite is gonna be drinking a vice president. I get is it any worse than your own. No dynamite, drink anything but nice wine. That's right. Sweet face on early family rules. So go eat ya. What are you doing? I'm here for you alone. Going to game and smoking out. Dynamite is gonna be smoking. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm here for you alone. Going. What are you doing? I'm here for you alone. Going game and smoking out. Dynamite is gonna be smoking. I can't fit any worse than your free martini. Dynamite is gonna be drinking a free martini. One point I get is it worse than your vice president. Dynamite is gonna be drinking a vice president. I get is it any worse than your own. No dynamite, drink anything but nice wine. That's right. Sweet face on early family rules. So go eat ya. What are you doing? I'm here for you alone. Going to game and smoking out. Dynamite is gonna be smoking. No one I can't fit any worse than your free martini. What are you doing? I'm here for you alone. Going to game and smoking out. Dynamite is gonna be smoking. No one I can't fit any worse than your free martini. Dynamite is gonna be drinking a free martini. One point I get is it worse than your vice president. Dynamite is gonna be drinking a vice president. I get is it any worse than your own. No dynamite, drink anything but nice wine. That's right. Sweet face on early family rules. So go eat ya. What are you doing? I'm here for you alone. Going to game and smoking out. Dynamite is gonna be smoking. No one I can't fit any worse than your any worse than your free martini. What are you doing? I'm here for you alone. Going to game and smoking out. Dynamite is gonna be smoking. No one I can't fit any worse than your free martini. Dynamite is gonna be drinking a free martini. One point I get is it worse than your vice president. Dynamite is gonna be drinking a vice president. I get is it any worse than your own. No dynamite, drink anything. What are you doing? I'm here for you alone. Going to game and smoking out. Dynamite is gonna be smoking. No one I can't fit any worse than your free martini. Dynamite is gonna be drinking a free martini. One point I get is it worse than your vice president. Dynamite is gonna be drinking a vice president. I get is it any worse than your own. No dynamite, drink anything but nice wine. That's right. Sweet face on early family rules. So go eat ya. What are you doing? I'm here for you alone. Going to game and smoking out. Dynamite is gonna be smoking. No one I can't fit any worse than your.
Would just make me kind of a Supersymmetry is a theoretical framework in physics that suggests the existence of a symmetry between particles with integer spin and particles with half-integer spin. It's also a mod pack by Zalgo239. Before we begin the main course, however, I think we need an appetizer. You see, supersymmetry is a mod pack based on the rather dubious mod GregTech. The main draw of GregTech is its absurd difficulty and realism, but supersymmetry brings it to the next level. I've tried to avoid looking at the progression, and I haven't seen any playthroughs in order to experience this behemoth of a pack as authentically as possible. Also, beds aren't available till EV. Once I landed, I quickly got to gathering rocks in order to complete the first few quests. After, I began gathering gravel for flint. GregTech loves its flint in the early game, and I needed a shit ton of it in order to progress. Unlike a lot of other GregTech packs, supersymmetry has no mercy. When the night hits, you're fucked. So yes, while this is just footage of me still gathering gravel and flint in order to obtain the illustrious flint knife, this shelter could come in handy later on in the game when, like, you know, there's an army of zombies trying to beat my ass. To craft a miraculously brilliant flint knife, I need to channel my inner caveman and bash some flint against the floor, yielding me valuable flint shards. But the quest for the transcendental flint knife was not yet over. I needed sticks, so I quickly extracted them using the shards on local flora. Using my various tangible goods, I meticulously crafted the knife, ushering in a new age of British combat. Now that I had added this weapon of mass destruction to my repertoire, I could begin gathering green line things in order to make the flint hatchet and pickaxe. I then retrieved an oak log from the ground using the hatchet before making my first crafting table. I also extracted some rubber to make early game torches so I could go mining. The mission: gather as much tin and copper possible. Thankfully, the Greggy gods are merciful and my base was on top of a cassiterite find. Sadly, I could only find Choco Pirate for copper, but it would have to be enough. Having obtained the delicious ores, I needed to smelt them into their rectangular forms. However, this needed fuel, so I crafted a flint axe. However, when used, it went apeshit and chopped down an entire tree, which really was fine by me. Once smeltified, I had to macerate the ingots into dust so I could make bronze, which will be the main material for the primitive age. It was now time for the worst part of the Greggening: crafting tools. Thankfully, having played the mod a few times before, the process wasn't too arduous, but it still kinda sucked. I also had crafted the crafting station, which was essentially the crafting table 2.0, and had cool features such as an inventory and copious tool slots. After, I continued the bronze grind and began construction of the wall of furnaces. With the recently obtained bronze, I continued making even more bronze tools, filling up my arsenal. This took an inordinate amount of time. With the tools safely in my crafting station, I could finally turn to other matters, namely mining for more resources. During my tool crafting excursion, I crafted a hammer which breaks a 3x3 space in front of you, allowing me to quickly gather this galena ore. With all that out of the way, it was time for my next target, the coke oven. So I began researching how to make the bricks, and I crafted a mold for them. The coke oven bricks require two things to make: sand and clay. This is with the coke oven is incredibly balanced. This also means that getting a good shovel would speed up the cokeifying exponentially, so I crafted the bronze spade, which worked the same as the hammer, breaking a 3x3 area in front of it. The grid extracting had finished, and now I had enough sand and clay to make the bricks, which I did. I then took the raw ingots to the wall of furnaces to be converted into the significantly more tasty cooked versions. Once they had finished baking, I crafted the brain of the coke oven using some of the bricks and some bronze before crafting the rest of the bricks for the furnace. When I summoned the furnace into my base, I realized I had numerous quantities of remaining coke bricks, which I utilized into making more coke ovens. The next goal was the primitive blast furnace, the gateway to industry. First I had to produce some quicklime out of limestone, and then make it wet. I then produced some clay dust using my maceration bowl. And after that I made some flint dust with a new maceration bowl. I combined the flint and clay dust with the wet quicklime and the previously unmentioned sand dust to make fire clay dust, which was molded into tasty bricks for further consideration. The bricks were then smelted and combined into the glorious fire bricks, which were forced into arrangement as the primitive blast furnace, finally unlocking steel. Naturally, the process of obtaining steel was nowhere near as simple as it sounded, as it required the smelting of magnetite into pig iron and the hammering of the pig iron into raw iron before it could be smelted again into steel. Thankfully, with the help of the ore prospector, magnetite was no trouble to find. I then loaded it into the PBF and waited for my scrumptious pig iron to be cooked up. And with the pig iron in hand, it was finally time to start making steel, so I hammered it up and put it back into the PBF. Well, actually I put iron into the PBF and made a minor error. Regardless, I finally made steel. Then I went on a side tangent to get a water pump and bought a lot of iron rings and tree wood, but honestly it was kind of boring to me. And there you have it, Supersymmetry's primitive age. This is the first time I've made a video like this, so I'd like feedback.
Une activité pro sans site web pro?
Mais pourquoi?
Un site web qui vous prend beaucoup de temps?
Mais pourquoi?
Utilisez les outils d'IA intelligents.
Welcome back to Supersymmetry. In the last episode we completed the primitive age, obtained the primitive blast furnace, and smelted up steel. Now we will begin our trek through the steam age in order to obtain our first LV circuit. With that being said, the first step was to obtain the small steam solid fuel boiler, which required some bronze plates and bricks. Now that I had the boiler, I could begin the production of steam that I could use to power a multitude of basic machines, so I began setting up the boiler near my water pump. I then crafted some pipes to transfer water to the boiler, using up copious amounts of the not-so-trivial bronze. Before fueling the boiler, I decided it was best to build my first bronze machine, the alloy smelter, as it would allow me to manufacture bronze at a much cheaper rate. I also didn't want the steam gathering into the machines and exploding, which isn't actually a problem that happens. Once obtained, I went outside and hooked the machines up, fueling the boiler. However, it did not begin to make steam immediately as it required some time to warm up. After, I decided the area needed some home improvement, so I gave it a floor and lit it up, arguably the most important thing that happens in this video. Meanwhile, I knew that obtaining as much steel as fast as possible would be essential to progression, so I switched from making charcoal in my coke oven to making coke, which can spell one steel ingot in a ludicrous 6 seconds. I had also decided to build a second PBF, so using a mix of resources I had left over from the last one and some clay and sand gathered using new bronze tools I crafted from the alluring alloy smelter bronze, I quickly assembled one. I had come upon a minor problem in my steelworking endeavors, however. As my coke ovens were filling with creosote, I had no good way to empty them. Thankfully, GregTech also has liquid steam boilers, which conveniently enough could use creosote as fuel. The liquid boiler required glass to make, and unlike vanilla Minecraft, its production was not as easy as simply smelting sand. Instead, I had to mix flint dust with quartz sand and smelt the resulting glass dust in an alloy smelter. Thankfully, none of these components were annoying to get, and I quickly obtained a liquid boiler. Afterwards, I hooked the boiler up to the steam pipes and began moving my coke ovens to the surface where they could automatically dump their creosote into my boiler. This required an output hatch, but thankfully it was very inexpensive. I also built a buffer tank out of treated wood to store the creosote, as my 4 ovens would have far exceeded my puny boiler's burn rate. My next goal was the steam forge hammer, as it would provide better ingot to plate ratios. However, it required an anvil to craft. The anvil requires iron blocks, which could only be made in the steam compressor, so I would have to build it first. Before that, though, I made my first steam piston, a component required for a large number of steam machines. I then crafted both the steam compressor and steam forge hammer. The next step towards LV was obtaining rubber. Firstly, I had to craft a steam latex collector to extract liquid latex from rubber trees. Conveniently, though, it just needed rubber tree logs, so I didn't actually have to put a tree in the middle of my base. Here's where things start getting weird. You see, Super Symmetry is very much still early in development, and while that does mean that the pack has an active community, it also means it has some bugs and other issues. The coagulation tank is a massive one. You see, while its quest does not require LV circuits, it does in order to operate. This also leads into the larger issue of processing liquid latex and rubber, as coagulating it into a solid is not an option. I only realized this after I built it, which led to me spending a large amount of time researching alternate methods of obtaining rubber later on. Ignoring that though, I didn't build the tank immediately, and instead opted to build a macerator that could double my ore output, as the amount of bronze I was using kept increasing. The macerator would crush one ore into 2 crushed ores, which could be hammered into impure dust to be purified then smelted. A major component of the electric circuit was the vacuum tube, which is pretty much exactly what it sounds like. A vacuum in a tube. Unlike usual GregTech though, I would have to pull a vacuum while assembling it, which I think is pretty cool. First thing I needed to make one was red alloy, a combination of redstone and copper. Let me tell you, the redstone vein I found was zonked out. Like when hovering over the vein with prospector, I was pretty much tripping trying to read all the ores in it. Nevertheless, obtaining redstone itself was a pretty trivial task. Back on the rubber front, I constructed the coagulation tank and spent a ludicrous amount of time trying to get it to work, which it didn't, as we already know. I then constructed the vulcanizing press, admitting that the tank would not work, and I had to turn the liquid latex directly into rubber. Latex needed to be mixed with sulfur to make rubber, and in order to obtain sulfur, I had to craft yet another steam machine, this one being the steam roaster, which was essentially a reaction oven. But then had to produce the sulfur from pyrite dust, but that was currently being processed in my macerator. In the meantime, I crafted a high-pressure liquid boiler in order to keep up with the enormous steam demands of my ever-growing factory. Afterward, I produced the sulfur and attempted to make some latex. Sadly, these attempts were unsuccessful, but I'll get to that later. As first off, I began crafting fine wires out of red alloy for vacuum tube assemblies and crafting glass tubes for the vacuum tubes themselves. Now, the rubber problem.
Hello everyone. Today we are going to try out Super Symmetry. Unlike other modpacks, we do not randomly materialize in some random area in the middle of the nature. We materialize inside a landing pod, which will land in the middle of the nature. With us we have some food rations and an ore scanner. We can use it right away to see that minerals here spawn in spherical veins. Anyways, before the sun sets we have to try to do as much progress towards torches as we can. To do that, the first thing we need to find is gravel, which is easy to find by scouting water bodies. Once we have gathered some flint, we can start working with it. The first thing we are going to do with it is knap it on stone to obtain some flint shards. Next, we use it for breaking some branches out of a tree. We use these 2 items for making a flint knife, which we can use to harvest some plant fiber out of grass. And we work that into some plant string, which will allow us to get our first tool, and hatchet. Now that we can finally chop down trees, we can gather some wood and resin from a rubber tree. We are going to use the wood for a crafting table so that we can make our first GregTech tool, a pickaxe. We need it for gathering stone for making the second GregTech tool, but in this mod pack there are dozens of different substrate stones, some of which can't be used for making basic stuff like furnaces. So we move until we find some vanilla cobblestone. Once we have gathered enough, we can make a furnace and smelt the rest. And once we have the stone, we realize we missed some other stuff, and that it is almost night. So, we pick up our stuff and make some torches with the resin we collected while looking for stone. We want to put the nighttime to good use, so we shall quickly locate a copper vein and go spend the night mining it. Nights are really dark here, but we have torches, so it's not an issue. And, exactly when we started digging a tunnel to a copper deposit, a zombie landed from the sky to attack us. Anyways, we run away and then we start our mining expedition. And, after not much digging, we quickly find some ores. But we are quickly reminded that flint pickaxes have really low durability. So we start working some gravel to obtain a couple more of flints, which we are going to use with the stone made earlier on to obtain our second GregTech tool, a mortar, which we can use to turn gravel into flint in a way easier way. Now that we have flint, we should probably check the quests and do a bunch of them. To make progress, we need flint shards. However, it looks like we can't nap them on weird rocks. So we cook some vanilla stone. And it looks like we can't nap even on normal stone. And that is because we have to click on the top side. So, we make a bunch of the superior pickaxes to expose it. Now that we have flint shards, we can craft the quest tools. Since these appear to be worse than GregTech ones, we just use them for digging a hole where we can drop them. Then we make more GregTech tools and we mine some chalcopyrite which will give us copper. And it appears that we do not get copper ingots out of that ore. And that's because it was not chalcopyrite but chloropatite. Anyways, the first night passed, so we shall go find for a place where we can settle our industry. After some traveling, we have found the cool locking biome full of colorful flowers that will make us look less like depressed nerds. We drop down our crafting table and our furnace, then, since our inventory is full, we make a bunch of chests. For the start, we shall have one chest for plant-based stuff, one for stone-based stuff and one for tools. And since this place doesn't have enough vegetation, we plant a bunch of rubber trees. Next, we can start cleaning some area for our industry. And thus we finish the second day. We shall spend the next night mining some chalcopyrite, not chloropatite. Thanks to the scanner we are given, we can quickly locate it and then start digging for it. And there we have it. However, since the night is long, we shall also dig a bit deeper. Instead of limiting to bedrock, we can go deeper into the underneath dimension, which is basically 250 more layers of rocks and ores. And even Tuffet has some interesting stuff. We don't need that for the moment, so we go back to the overworld. And thus we are now at the third day. And we are finally going to obtain copper ingot. However, on its own it has no uses, so we are going to dig some cassiterite or for tin. And, on our way to cassiterite, we found some redstone. Luckily our flint pick can mine that out of the way. Then, after one more layer of coal, we found cassiterite. And I would like to stop for a moment so that you can admire how many minerals you can easily find and mine in this pack. Once we cooked enough cassiterite for the tin quest and chalcopyrite for the copper one, we can use a mortar to pulverize these into dusts and mixing them into bronze. The first use for it shall be a better mortar, so that we can make more of it. Then we make a hammer, which we use for making a mining hammer, so that we can mine more materials for making a decent amount of bronze in no time. We can use that resources for making a lots of ingots and some new mining hammers, so that we can gather all the minerals and stone we will need for our base. And this is our loot. While we refine it, we realize that, currently, our base is just a bunch of furnaces under the rain, and while it looks nice and immersed in the nature, we can't have machines under the rain. So we shall start working on our basement. While making it, we are also going to collect some useful rocks such as limestone and other less useful ones that can still be used as building rocks. After cooking these, we can work them into better looking blocks from stones. Now the real issue is deciding which one to use for making our base. But that's something that always happens in every pack. This run, we are going to use ISM 3, 2 and 1. Now that we have a nice looking base, we can finally start making the usual tools so that the greedification can start. But we must also remember to touch grass. Now we have quite a bunch of tasks to complete. But, before starting to make machinery, we need a better crafting table. This GregTech workbench can pull stuff from nearby chests, has internal storage, recipe memorization and dedicated tool slots. Next, we are going to need some buckets. The first ones have to be made by manually working in world clay blocks into buckets. So, since we can't craft clay blocks, we go find some and then work it from block to vessel to bucket using a clay tool. And then we make 3 more. Finally, we cook them to obtain ceramic buckets. Now that we have buckets, we can quickly work all the way towards our first primitive blast furnace. And we also prepared a coke oven at the same time. And here we have the both of them. The coke oven is going to be used mainly for creosote oil. Meanwhile, the blast furnace is required for making our fist iron. It will also make steel. While the first iron ingot is cooking, we shall dig some magnetite, which has a higher iron yield. However, the blast furnace won't produce directly iron, it will make pig iron. We have to hammer it down into wrought iron in a crafting table to turn that into wrought iron, which is better than vanilla iron. However, since some recipe require vanilla iron, we have to cook the wrought out of it. Next we are going to put that again inside a blast furnace to obtain steel. This is going to be the basic foundation for our industry, but I think this is a good time for closing that episode. Bye bye.
Vous épargnez.
Minecraft Beta Yes Sightings, a channel I found while scrolling on YouTube, and immediately you can tell something is off. Though one thing that caught my eye was this thumbnail. A netherite block in beta? And that wasn't it. There was way more to the story than I intended, and it all starts with the first video, mining for iron. The video starts off with the player heading to his house smelting some iron, and realizing he needs more. So he heads down to the mine on an adventure for some iron. He grabs some other materials like redstone and coal, and a splash of binary text appears on the screen, decoding to yes, watchers, before heading back up into a new cave to mine. The player falls in a cave and quickly crafts some torches. This looks like it leads to nowhere, but go a little closer and he finds the iron he needs, perfectly sitting there. Definitely placed by someone else. He finds an absurdly amount of coal, like, too much coal. I didn't play too much beta growing up, so I have no idea if that's actually normal for beta, but if it is, then I guess it kinda makes sense. He starts heading up from the cave he fell down. And heads to the surface. Back to his house. He begins smelting his iron, and to be fair, he still needs more. So, one last time, he's gonna go into his mind. There's only one thing we can take from this video, and that is, who is Yes? If you look at the channel, its name is Beta Yes Sightings, so Yes must be some sort of entity, which I guess if we keep watching, we will soon discover. Weird new block. Continuing off the first video, he finishes mining some iron and heads back up to the surface. But when he gets up, something unexpected appears. A block, but not just any block, a netherite block. Netherite wasn't in the game till 1.16, so how is this even possible? This world in beta just predicted Minecraft's future, and is there going to be more to discover? As we watch this player try to destroy the block, eventually he stops, giving up. But then... it's gone. He tries digging under it, but finds nothing. And for the remainder of this video, he just spends smelting iron and doing basic Minecraft progression. The only thing he did last was write in the chat, odd. Onto the third video, New Ore. You'll start to see a pattern with these upcoming videos. The player walks up and notices something strange. It's a massive large chunk, just out of the ground. Before exploring, he decides to head back home to get some materials, to just be more prepared. He places down the water, starts going down. As he's going down, he notices a weird ore. That doesn't look like it's supposed to be in the game, but he obviously goes for diamonds first, as any Minecraft player would. He starts going closer to it. He's so confused, but he decides to mine it, and the screen goes back, and he picks up copper ore. Copper ore is another item in Minecraft that wasn't released till later. Something is going on. And also, why does this copper ore give multiple of them, when if you mine a normal copper ore in Minecraft, you only get one? He returns back to the surface and heads home, to his base, where he feels safe. We are 4 videos in on this channel, and this is where everything starts to change, as we get into the... someone higher up must be putting cameras down, and not telling their employees. It's even weirder why he's trying to block this up in the first place. Like, what's the problem with this? It's just crying obsidian. And then the last strange thing he did from this video is F5 into his painting, which if you remember from Yes Starting number 2, the painting actually led somewhere, but now it's blocked. Something is going on. With only a few videos left, the next video is Where Am I?
Quand on est pro, on doit toujours rester pro. Même quand on se dit...
Me lâche pas, me lâche pas, me lâche pas, me lâche pas. Me lâche surtout.
2 beds, 1 bathhouse. Good evening. Is this still valuable? Yes, it is. Please leave me alone. We're sleeping. What? No more contacting, please. Thanks. Appreciate. You contacted me. I know, and I'm no longer interested. Please stop contacting me now. I will contact Attorney General if you do not stop. Thanks. Hey, you're welcome, I guess. The school in my locality issued these circulars to parents. A few games you should certainly avoid are Granny, PUBG, Pokemon Go, Clash of Clans, and Counter-Strike. And also avoid those games which are within the age limit of your child but are excessively violent in nature as it affects the subconscious mind. Well, the anti-dependence alert is only to tutor you as parents. Some of the potential problems your children are exposed to, but need not necessarily to be involved in. Take good care and mind them well. We suck. What is the biggest planet on Earth? Maybe Earth, I don't know. Welcome to the Kent and Medway wheelchair service. Time to climb the stairs, idiot. You want some service? Climb. This is literally 2 unoriginal images pasted together. It's called a meme? Maybe you know it if you had some culture. Just a word of advice. If you're going to make a fake ID, leave your girlfriend out of the picture. Seriously, dude, worst fake ID ever. He's like, come on, darling, we gotta take an ID. 2 for 1. It's easy. All right, the door stopper's not gonna stop on the wall. Yeah, looks like it's gonna go, yeah, there it is. Nice work, stupid. Nice work. While waiting for a table at Cracker Barrel, I watched my mother show her son how to set up a checkerboard. I thought it was sweet until I got a closer look. I wonder how things would have worked out if they had time to play. Nice. I took these with my iPhone X camera. Quality is so surreal, looks like Leonardo DiCaprio painted them. Oh yeah, not to be confused with the award-winning actor Leonardo da Vinci. You idiot, you dunce, you idiot, you moron. Installed on the ceiling. Do not remove. Whatever you say. Americans will measure with anything but the metric system. A sinkhole roughly the size of 6 to 7 washing machines has closed a northbound lane of State Line Road near 100th Street in Kansas City, Missouri. Didn't you know, Ralph, that we're about to start using washing machines as a unit of measurement in America? It's called the APM, the Appliance Measurement System. Okay, is there a theme for the wedding? Nah, not really. It's just semi-formal and no whites. Is there a reason? Because it's a wedding, lol. I've seen people wear white to weddings. In fact, have you ever seen a bride's dress? We put the S in comfort. Hey, wait a minute, pal. Hey, buddy, spell comfort. You guys put the S in stupid. If you want to be my mom friend, you gotta vaccinate your kids. Is that the new Spice Girl song? Fine. I don't want your friendship. I only want my children around intelligent kids. Anyways, not eczema, OCD, ADD, and multiple spectrums of autism, including nonverbal. I think I'll be just fine. So will my healthy children. You good, guy? I might be laughing at the Spice Girls thing, but you're just a straight up idiot, huh? Why are Nintendo codes so long? Guys, my code doesn't work anymore. So let me get this straight. You posted that and then didn't enter your code? You just posted it? Okay, all right. Did you... I like how you tried to censor out that it was Donald Trump, but no. Cool censor, bud. With all the illegal acts that took place in the Clinton campaign and Obama administration, there was never a special counsel appointed. Then you must be really bad. He's your president? No. Just accept and move on. Accept what? He's literally not my president. I'm Swedish. Just curious, do those who choose not to vaccinate also vaccinate your animals? Yeah, I do. They're preventable diseases I don't want my dog to get, but my kids? Forget about it. I can make more. Hey, honey, pop out a couple more. 9 months is no problem for me. The Trump baby blimp is the ultimate symbol of Britain's commitment to free speech. Oh yeah? What about the British police arresting at least 3,395 people for offensive online comments in 1 year? Haggerston SNTF conducted a weapons sweep on Stonebridge Estate E8, finding a number of items. You're doing God's work out there. Lost my mother to a back wheel. Thank you. And we're very sorry to hear that. You ever watch Rubber? Scared me senseless. Is this cereal? I've seen this before.
Is this actually cereal, or is this just weird marketing? I have no idea what's going on with it. Why would a cereal be called Bleach? But then it's like the blonde hair. There's so much, man. There's so much going on. How possible is it for you to live without TV, movies, video games, or books?
The same way people did 20 years ago, not including books. In 1999, there was no such thing as TV, movies, or video games. Lol, losers, I guess. Look in to see Grand Canyon tourists, and you put that in Braille too as if you could see it. That's just cruel. So I heard it was fine putting your phone in the microwave to charge it. My charger broke yesterday, and my battery was pretty low, so I thought I'd give it a go. This happened. Did you really listen to 4chan? Did you listen to 4chan and put your phone in the microwave? You idiot, you deserve to have it blow up. Canadian cosplayer is mistaken. The cosplayer was wearing a gas mask, helmet, armor, and bullet belt. He was also carrying a New Republic of California flag. Public thought he had a strap to his back, but it turned out to be several Pringle cans painted silver. Police were hiding in bushes and behind their cars with long drawn. Happened in Grande Prairie, Alberta, 2017. You were still dressed as a member of the NCR. Nice. How's this gonna work out? Let's just take a look at what you bought here. That is the largest piece of wood I think I've ever seen in my entire life. How is this gonna work? Is your trunk like a magic satchel in a cartoon? What's going on here? Say what you want. America is the reason you have cars. Hey, that's Germany. Just thought I should let you know. So I just bought a new computer. I decided to set new password. Done deal. Then I proceeded to write it down to computer's notepad, and guess what? Now I'm locked on my new computer. Get going, dummy. Not all men come for that one thing. Some men come to heal, repair, uplift, and restore. This is literally exchange of CO2. They're both going to die. Hey, but at least it's romantic. Filtered by form. Dog or cat. Hey, bud. I got a secret to tell you. Both cats. Jenny McCarthy, is it true you don't vaccinate your kids because you're a self-conceited freak who thinks she knows more than doctors? Damn, chill, Elmo. Also, why'd your voice get that beep? And handsome. I personally have a degree in biochemistry and a doctorate in medical, and can say with confidence 99.9% of doctors of all kinds can't tell you how a vaccine causes a reaction or works and why. I'd never follow the recommended vaccine schedule. That's like playing, and that's all we get to see. Thank you for speaking on behalf of 99.9% of doctors. You're so brave. Hey, he's the point one that has to do it.
My driving instructor has not had a driver's license for 2 years, but is still a driving instructor. Huh, interesting. My friend is the manager of a restaurant, and I look at this dumb stuff. I can't freaking handle people these days. How are you gonna take this bill? This is clearly fake, and then proceed to mock it, and then she sees that it's black, which means it's fake, and then still accept it and tell me 3 hours later, hey, I think this bill is fake. Like, girl, the server who accepted this is 23. You're freaking lying. I'm screaming. Like, how much change did this brought you back? That's $1 million bill. I was like, you owe me $40 from your tips, and you're on probation. I've done some stupid stuff while working in the restaurant industry. I've never done that, so I feel pretty good about myself. Parent/guardian needed. As you are under 16, we need parental consent. Please ask for a parent/guardian's help now. Parent/guardian. Please confirm that you are the parent/guardian and complete this calculation. 277 minus 242 equals, See, no kid could ever solve that. Go ahead, big boy, put on your parent pants and solve this equation. Bugs flying around with wings are flying bugs. Read all about it. I got these bugs that look like ants with wings flying around my house. Hey guys, let's all try to find our social security number neighbors. Comment yours below, and we'll see if anyone else has one number above or below you. Yeah, 666666668 checking in. Hey, coming in nice with a 666666669. Yo, minus 666666610. That's crazy. The fact that you put a 10 instead of a 70 makes me lose faith in humanity. We'll just be he's 6670. That's 66. People are dumb. I love it. 2019 Alpha Chemega recruitment executive. Do not tow. Nice little sorority house you got there. It's still a legal parking job. But wait, I'm a recruitment exec. Oh, crap, never mind. Does he realize screenshots exist and I have his phone number? That me to stop using Craigslist to sell things. Hey, this is Blank. I picked up the chairs on Wednesday. The wife loves the chairs. She's been looking for several months now because West Elm stopped making them. Sorry to text this late, but do you still have the Allen wrench that came with it? Sorry, I don't have it anymore. You should be able to find Allen keys that fit. Glad your wife is enjoying it. Listen, I'm not gay, but I wanted to say you are super cute. I hope I'm not too forward, but I've been thinking about your compact body since I picked up the chairs. Not getting much at home. I was wondering if you could help me out. I don't know what you mean. I heard gay boys are great at giving head. You're gross, man. You're real gross. Oh boy, that warehouse is gonna have some people question, huh? This looks like a tangled mess of a oh god. There's so much to break down here, but it looks like the warehouse, the workers already did it for me and broke it all down, huh? Nice. God did not create evil. Evil was created by Satan. God is good. God cannot create evil. Only evil creates evil. You need to study the scriptures. I need to study? Okay. Are you sure God didn't create evil? Maybe you are the one who needs to study. Trust me. I know the scriptures. Went to church every Sunday. God did not create evil. Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and create darkness and make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. You're taking that out of context. No, that's an exact passage, my guy. Cutie Pie, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye. I don't get it. What's the,
T'es pas un marrant, hein, Cal?
Yeah, I know all about the FCC. The fellas who want to teach me. They want ATV, so everyone can see. The jump I turn the whole family was the FCC. You can shop ATV. I need just 1,000. Go save me.
Eat back the horses, yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's so creepy, the what it is.
On the ground, you gotta kill the cars. At the FCC. At the FCC. We're on the line. We're having the final buzz.
Not right now, Ma. I'm busy. Not right now, Ma. I'm busy.
No.
Hello guys, in today's video we're going to be covering the newest U versus Homer drama, which has recently come up, and I do want to make this more well-known and clear out my own opinion on this, because I genuinely find this to be the most disgusting thing I think I've seen a Roblox developer do. Like, not as bad as Soul Driven Love, but still equally as bad, because this person had actively groomed someone who wasn't even old enough to be on Discord. And this was done by the U versus Homer owner, the creator and owner of U versus Homer, also known as Dear SXS. I think this is crazy. I genuinely think this is crazy, because they were exposed for sending not safe for work material to minors via TikTok DMs. Like, get this through your head. They were sending not safe for work material to minors. That is genuinely one of the most disgusting things you can do when you have a platform. I don't know if they were doing this beforehand or during it. I can check right now. They were doing this during their ownership of U versus Homer. So they could have been using this game to further exploit younger individuals and having this as a means to further groom people. This game was essentially used as someone's tool to groom a minor, which I find to be the most disgusting and disturbing thing you can do with your game. You actively own this, and the actions you take with it are just to do this. It is genuinely disturbing and disgusting to me. And whenever I check the proof, they have it fully censored. I'm not going to display anything here. I don't want to show you guys anything. I don't want to expose you guys anything. I will leave the link to the expose in my description, only if you're willing to see that, and if you're like above the age of 18. I would recommend you only be the age of 18 or older if you are mature enough to know that this is terrible and you want to help support the person who is exposing the U versus Homer devs. I would recommend, or well, not devs, but the owner. I would recommend you go check it through there. But in the proof, they show 3 images of NSFW being sent to the minor. Both, like, all of them are not well covered. You can still see some of the action that is happening in it. And one of them is Miku. One of the characters in this is Miku, who is also 16 years old. So they sent someone, essentially, CSEM, also known as, I don't want to say what it's called, but yeah, I wouldn't recommend you look it up either. This is just terrible shit. You can't be doing this. This is genuinely terrible, and they were using this to further their agenda to groom a minor. This is just disturbing. I find this to be the most disturbing shit to happen. Like, people actively platformed this game, and the owner took advantage of that just to groom people. Genuinely, that is disgusting. That is genuinely fucking disgusting. I don't care what anyone says to defend this game at this point. You're actively defending a pedophile. I'm just gonna say it outright. I don't care what you say to defend this. You're defending a pedophile if you defend this game at this point. That is genuinely disgusting. And there's also further proof that they sent someone furry fetish art. Genuinely, it's disgusting. It is so disgusting to see. I don't like looking at this. I find this to be heavily, grossly disturbing. And I just want to help get the word out to other people so that they know that you shouldn't be supporting U versus Homer right now, and you shouldn't be supporting it in general, because this is just the most disgusting thing you can be doing. I don't like, this is the same type of shit that would be happening when people were playing Forsaken. You could show people that Soul was doing terrible shit, and they would still defend him. I don't know if this is gonna happen with U versus Homer, but I heavily hope that it doesn't, because this is an actual expose. This has actual fucking proof linked to the shit that Deer actually did this stuff, and it's just disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. I genuinely don't know what else I can say at this point. Like, people were defending this game constantly, even though it had that condo situation. I said beforehand that if they're gonna have drama like that happening with their game, then there's gonna be even worse that comes out later on. And I was right about that. I'm genuinely not surprised about that fact, but I'm disturbed to see. see that this game was used as a grooming mechanism. But yeah, I don't know what else to say, truly. It genuinely is just the most disturbing thing I have ever seen. I just want to read out the rest of the comments that are under this post just to help you get the narrative that people are having upon this, and just to like let you guys know further that how people feel about it.
Move it, boy.
This. One of the first things someone said was, this can easily be faked without video evidence. The creator of this expose has then said, brother, this is a video that proves my point, which is true. There's a video link to this that shows that this is actually proof. There is legitimate proof that proves that fear is actually a rumor.
Move it, boy.
Octagon. Now, octagon is an amazing shape that has 8 fantastic sides and 8 awesome. Octagon is an amazing shape that has 8 fantastic sides and 8 awesome. Tino.
And then you have to know that because you the big another room that room is not important.
Oh, man! Octagon. Now, Octagon is an amazing shape that has 8 fantastic sides and 8 awesome...
Tina. Tina.
Oh, man! Octagon. Now, Octagon is an amazing shape that has 8 fantastic sides and 8 awesome...
Tina.
Mercure Hotel.
Chez Basic Fit.
Just unsub from r/not interesting. It was starting to get too interesting. I got a tattoo on my left hand. That sub is it's still perfect. Okay, it's too easy. Just unsub from r/never broke a bone due to recent events. Oh no! Oh no, man. It sucks to say goodbye. I'm still a member, of course. Don't take that as a challenge. Time to unsub from r/Animal Crossing. Who the hell cares? Visited my friend and she gave me a balloon. I hope this post blows up so she knows how much I love it. Like, I get why you wouldn't really care. I totally understand. But what the hell else are you supposed to post in r/Animal Crossing? I personally was never subbed to it, but I don't get it. It's Animal Crossing. r/the right can't meme keeps posting and upvoting things that are actually funny, and it's happening increasingly more often. Oh god, let's see what we got here. A buddy sent me this unironically. I'll never vote for you. Then I'm afraid you ain't black. What the hell does that mean? Look, it made me giggle, but I'm very confused as to what this is supposed to mean here. Just unsub from r/illegally small cats. I was so blinded by cuteness to realize this. Probably most of the cats in that subreddit are being separated from their mothers. Honestly, anything regarding an animal subreddit probably has more skeletons in the closet than you would be comfortable with, you know? Do not upvote OP. They bought this kitten from a munchkin breeder. Breeding for deformities is completely unethical and wrong. Supporting them by buying their animals is not any better, and especially supporting a breeder who lets kittens be bought before 8 weeks. I guarantee this kitten is not any older than 6 weeks and should not, absolutely not, have been taken away from mom and siblings. ETA, OP posted a picture of this kitten 4 weeks ago, and it looks to be about 1.5 to 2 weeks old at most. Quit buying from breeders. Adopt, 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 adopt. People that are out there creating animals just to make money because they think that a dog is worth $1,000 when, holy, are you stupid? I don't care if you think it's worth that much. Sorry, it's not. It's an animal. Why don't you go help out an animal that actually needs your help and stop supporting people that use other creatures as money? It's just weird to me, dude. Especially the ones that breed deformities on purpose. It's strange. Just unsub from r/cars. I was looking for porn, not a bunch of angry bicyclists. Bicyclists, but it doesn't matter. Oh, wait. Oh, you were... I see. No, I see. I got you. I did the same thing. I'm being real with you. Just unsub from r/lose it. I finally managed to finish my weight loss journey. Hell yeah! I love it when we can see someone unsub for a really, really good reason. That's fantastic. Unlike the person that broke their leg, I do apologize. I hope you get better immediately. Just unsub from r/autism because the mods removed my post about self-diagnosers. All right, let's see here. I'm tired of people trying to invade my safe space. People without mental problems, people with mental problems, people who fake mental problems. As someone that has been diagnosed by an actual doctor, yeah, it does get kind of annoying. I don't really mind all that much, though. It's kind of like, for a while, people used the term OCD just to go, oh, I'm so OCD about the toilet paper roll facing one direction or something like that. No, you're not. You're particular. Actually, a lot of people call that being anal, you know, I'm pretty sure, which I grant you does sound weird, but no, you don't have OCD. And honestly, you may not have autism or be on the spectrum. Honestly, if you are the type of person to maybe self-diagnose yourself, quit Googling symptoms and actually just talk to a doctor. I know that that's easier said than done, don't get me wrong, but if you actually do think, you need to go to somebody that knows more about it than you will ever know. And you also need to admit to yourself that there are people out there that know more about these things than you will ever know. And I know that's difficult. Doesn't mean you're dumb, just means you're responsible. It's unsub from r/Luigi IRL. It's just this f***ing picture every day. Despite containing both a Princess Peach and a Princess Daisy piece, the licensed Super Mario chess set does not designate either of them as a queen piece, making them both bishops. Instead, Luigi is chosen to be the queen piece. Is it actually this? That often? Is it reposted so often that you actually think it's every day? I'm glad I don't go there. People who take r/world politics too far. Trump is a dumb babby. But this is when you look at Trump. Sorry, not look at Trump. When you look up Trump, this comes up. I'm anti-Trump, don't get me wrong. But this post has 3 issues. Extremely low quality, not pertaining to world politics, and is not productive to any legitimate conversation. Is r/world politics like a serious sub? I don't go to places like this because I would...
Je ne vous sens pas prête à... Une activité pro
Donc on reprend. On rembourse les vaccins.
All kinds of small machines that will allow us to craft anything we could possibly want, and to quickly process hundreds of items at once. We also have a workshop section with some powerful multi-blocks. The only issue left is to find a way of collecting enough raw materials. To do so, we tried a different approach. We did all sorts of weird rituals until we found a way of gathering materials that is easier than flying into space. We make space rocks fly to us. That way, we can easily collect valuable materials without having to leave our base. To process all of those raw minerals, we built an ore processing plant right next to the meteor crashing site. Next we do some further refinement in our chemical processing plant. And, for those materials that still aren't ready for blast smelting, we have a place where can build longer refinement processing lines, starting from the platinum line. However, as you can see, it's not working. And the issue seems to be lack of hydrogen. Since we need a planetary amount, the only solution is to go back to space again. This time the target is the only place with enough hydrogen to satisfy our needs, Jupiter. To get the hydrogen, we build a space station equipped with a planetary gas siphon and start slowly pumping the whole gaseous planet towards our base. With that, our platinum line is starting to work again. However, platinum is not the only material that requires processing from a chain of machines. We also had to set up a processing line for monazite to obtain samarium, cerium and other rare earth elements, which we used to build a processing line for purifying Naquada. Finally, we also had to build a processing line for netherite. To power all of those new machines, we are using only clean energy, starting from a geothermal plant that produces steam from underground heat. Next to our heat pumping station, we also have a hydroelectric plant built on the side of the river that passes underneath our base. But our main source of energy are wind turbines. Depending on wind strength, those can reach a power output peak of 560 kV per tick. And, if we fly higher, we can see the start of our compressor solar panel array, which should outgrow our wind farm. Finally, moving to the nether, we are also using some nuclear reactors to power our ancient debris collection process. Those things are needed to build machines capable of withstanding temperatures higher than the sun, such as our new fusion reactor. But one was not enough, so we made another one, and another one, and another one, and then we stole those one too, and we can use the old fusion reactors to boost our energy production. But the real technological progress is that we can now get into quantum computing. After building our first small quantum computer and research station, we can start working on wetware circuits, powerful enough to control new HVT machines. But what we are actually going to want is a new VCOP synthesizer, which can be used to base one of the best meteorites that can be achieved, rich of all of the rarest minerals that normally don't even spawn in nature. However, while this is a great source of metals that we can't easily obtain by other means, it has two huge downsides. The first one is that summoning this meteor took the life of some secret circuits. The second issue is that we have to physically dig it, block by block. To fix all those problems and also get a better selection of collected minerals, we can move to our mega apiary. Here we can reach some special breeds of bees that produce some high-quality honeycombs and extract all sorts of delicacies, such as electric motors. But there are still some materials we can't obtain easily from bees or meat eaters, like awakened draconium, required for our next blast furnace upgrade. We could obtain it by gambling on a new species of bee, but since we aren't lobotomizing ourselves by grinding in a closed garden, we will simply catch the first Vega bee rocket passing by. And once we get airdropped onto the new planet, we can quickly proceed into digging a hole to its core, where we will be able to find small amounts of the needed material. With that, we can craft the royal bed required for the mutagen-driven mating process of the drake bee. And as soon as it's ready we can move it to the mega apiary, where it will quickly produce enough honeycombs to upgrade all of our volcanoes. But even with that upgrade, we still struggle keeping up with all of the blast smelting needed, so we opted for a mega blast furnace. The issue is that this giant machine will use a giant amount of energy. To keep up with that, we built a couple of XL plasma turbines. And while those managed to produce enough power, the amount of fuel used became a new issue. At first we tried to fix that by building more fusion reactors, but this solution couldn't really match our consumption. So we designed a more compact solution, a single giant reactor that can match hundreds of the smaller ones. That solution worked really well, until we realized that producing all of that plasma was using an amount of hydrogen bigger than Jupiter. And if the biggest planet of our solar system isn't enough, the only thing left to do is pump fluids from all over the galaxy. But building space stations all over the galaxy is too much of a chore, so we opted for a single giant space elevator in our base, equipped with a super powerful pump capable of suction in gases from the...
Oh wow, c'est quoi ce...
Hello everyone. Today, we are going to play some nostalgic Tech It Classic. This is a pack of the good old times, where you could play on a potato with 1 GB of RAM, and that loads faster than the TTS lines. After quickly adjusting the settings and not cutting this segment because I would run out of text space, we can start gathering some wood. And I don't know if the lack of RAM is due to some old game compatibility glitch or just old Minecraft. But, even tough I'm using Java 6 and a 10 years old launcher backup in offline mode, we are still glitched. Anyways, we shall now make a crafting table, and I forgot that you should get 4 planks out of a single log. And we also get 4 sticks out of 2 planks. No need for saw or weird tools. Anyways, we make our wooden pickaxe. But, before mining, we should probably make an axe and start collecting some more wood. We shall also explore a bit, thus finding a volcano and a rubber 3. We are going to need rubber later, so better collect it. Next we also found a desert with a village, which only has some wheat to offer. We gladly take it. Since the sun is starting to set, we shall gather some cobblestone so that we can make a furnace. And I forgot when was the last mod pack where you could make charcoal in a furnace. Now that we have torches, stone tools, food and is almost night, we shall go digging. And, of course, the first thing we find is coal. We could have spared making charcoal. Right next to that, we find our first iron. I forgot how easy it was getting the basic resources doing cave mining. We shall smelt right away some for making a better pick.
What are you doing here? I'm here for you. No, I'm not going to stand here and smoking no wax. Why? No dynamite is gonna be smoking no white. I can fit any worse than your 3 martini. Why? No dynamite is gonna be drinking a 3 martini. Why not get is worse than your 5 software? Why? No dynamite is gonna be drinking a 5 software. Why not get is any worse than your own? No dynamite. Drink anything but rice wine. That's right. To burn if you move to each other. What are you doing here? I'm here for you. No, I'm not going to stand here and smoking no wax. Why? No dynamite is gonna be smoking no white. I can fit any worse than your 3 martini.
Another day, another burger. Except today, we are going to be completing the second half of all burgers. And we're also conquering the game's hardest burger yet, which has a completion rate of 2.5%. And well, this video is a roller coaster, so kick back, relax, and let's collect some burgers. Oh my...
Mercure Hotel, la vie. Dès les premiers rayons de soleil,
Can I have some money? Money?
Burger and fries. Can I have some money? Money? Everybody's eating burger and fries.
Can I have some money? Money? Money?
Burger and fries.
Not right now, Ma. I'm busy.
Drink anything but rice wine. That's right. Sweet face on early family rules. So go eat ya. Where are you doing? You're here. Bring your own wine. Not going to game. You're smoking now. That's why. Don't tell them why.
Seems today all easy is violence. Sex on TV. Smart. Felt good. Yeah.
And you're smell Meg. Let's go home. Lewis. I love you. You know that, right? Just in case I'll say I love you.
Gencive rouge et gonflée. First into one, the whole hand of lettuce. In the heart, beating right hard. It's for the people right now what else? I got a can of hours. It's like some body, you crazy. Now it came whole. Got olive in your mouth. top of the beaches. Hello there, it's always.
What are those guys doing? What are those guys doing?
I just want to go to 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 I just got an idea. Much better idea. One night in magic wine. Wine, 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 wine. One dials wrong tree. One die in a wine can be reincarnated as a robo actor. Guys, here he is a new rocketeer. This is probably a terrible night, but I don't care what a wee wire on. My word to Hogwarts. This is like my penis. Watch your behind our outward toilet. Since I did, since I
Leclerc. Un bijou pour la Saint-Valentin, ce n'est pas très original. Mais un bijou original de créateur, ça c'est original. Et au manège à bijoux, vous êtes sûr d'en trouver à prix accessible. Par exemple, le pendentif en laque et or jaune 0,50 g de Jocelyne Técourt est à 85 € seulement. 85 €, c'est beau et c'est original. Le manège à bijoux des collections de créateurs est toujours à prix Leclerc. Tout ce qui compte pour vous existe à prix Leclerc. Prix variable en fonction du poids et du cours d'or, offre valable.
Yes, I'm trying to overcome my fear swords because the man I went to get me. Please don't pay me now. Relax your death. You're just having your death experience. Please don't pay me now. Yeah, they gotta get the hang out. Don't pay me now. But the fascinating again, like yourself, like don't give me when there's like in the dust, please don't yourself, your wife divorces you. Now my troubles are all through. I have had you.
Certains ne comprennent pas que Squarespace, ce n'est pas seulement les sites internet, c'est aussi les noms de domaine. Un peu comme vos parents qui ne comprennent pas que vous puissiez vivre de votre art. Mais vous, vous savez. Et avec un domaine comme lespaillettesdelavie.fr et un site Squarespace, vous pouvez lancer votre marque, trouver vos clients et surprendre vos parents. Le tout au même endroit. Utilisez vite le code promo du rêve à la réalité et bénéficiez de 10% de remise sur votre nom de domaine ou votre site web, voire conditions.
Donc on reprend. To get iron for a cauldron. A cauldron has
Can I have some money? Money? Money?
Not right now. Not right now, Ma. I'm busy. Not right now, Ma. I'm busy. Not right now, Ma. I'm busy.
Dancing, walking, rearranging, dancing, walking, rearranging, Bams is jobbing, my little bird out of the cage.
I'm sorry, but my body can't get you left alone at home anymore. Last time you went crazy and pulled a bird too.
Dancing, walking, arranging furniture, dancing, walking, let out of the cage. Bams is jobbing, dancing, walking, rearranging furniture, not stopping. Dancing, walking, arranging furniture, dancing, walking, let out of the cage. Bams is jobbing, dancing, walking, rearranging furniture, not stopping. Dancing, walking, rearranging furniture, Bams is jobbing, my little bird out of the cage, dancing, walking, rearranging furniture, dancing, walking, rearranging furniture, Bams is jobbing, my little bird out of the cage, dancing, walking, rearranging furniture.
I'm sorry, but my body can't get you left alone at home anymore. Last time you went crazy and pulled a bird too.
Dancing, walking, rearranging furniture, Bams is jobbing, my little bird out of the cage. Dancing, walking, rearranging furniture, Bams is jobbing, my little bird out of the cage. Dancing, walking, rearranging furniture, Bams is jobbing, my little bird out of the cage. Dancing, walking, rearranging furniture, Bams is jobbing, my little bird out of the cage. Dancing, walking, rearranging furniture, Bams is jobbing, my little bird out of the cage. Dancing, walking, rearranging furniture, Bams is jobbing, my little bird out of the cage. Dancing, walking, rearranging furniture, Bams is jobbing, my little bird out of the cage.
The girl next door. border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. House cotton grass and golden boulder, shoveling white steam over her shoulder, snorting noisily as she passes. Silent miles of wind-bent grasses, birds turn her head to shift, approaches, stare through the bushes at her black-faced coaches. Sheepdogs cannot turn her course, they slumber on with paws across. Night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border. Letters with the rich, there's letters with the poor, the shop is with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. House cotton grass and golden boulder, shoveling white steam over her shoulder, snorting noisily as she passes. Silent miles of wind-bent grasses, birds turn her head to shift, approaches, stare through the bushes at her black-faced coaches. Sheepdogs cannot turn her course, they slumber on with paws across. Night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border. Letters with the rich, there's letters with the poor, the shop is with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. House cotton grass and golden boulder, shoveling white steam over her shoulder, snorting noisily as she passes. Silent miles of wind-bent grasses, birds turn her head to shift, approaches, stare through the bushes at her black-faced coaches. Sheepdogs cannot turn her course, they slumber on with paws across. Night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. House cotton grass and golden boulder, shoveling white steam over her shoulder, snorting noisily as she passes. Silent miles of wind-bent grasses, birds turn her head to shift, approaches, next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, stop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, stop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, stop with the corner of the girl next door. Past puppy Robin's world and boulder, shoveling the white steam over her shoulder, snorting noisily as she passes, silent miles of wind-bent grasses, birds turn ahead to shift the approach his step. Miles of wind-bent grasses, birds turn ahead to shift the approach his step, pushes to her black-faced coaches, sheepdogs cannot turn her course, they slumber on with cords of frost. Night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, stop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, stop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border. Letters with the rich, there's letters with the poor, stop with the corner of the girl next door. This nice male crossing the border, bringing the check and the post. There was no bitches with the bitch, the letters with the score, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This nice male crossing the border, bringing the check and the post. There was no bitches with the bitch, the letters with the score, the shop with the girl next door. Come around and go on shouting, shot sleep, white sea, show us shouting, sitting, dashing, ashy, silent, silent, blind, grasping, grasping, against the sheep, you step, you step. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. House common grass and board on the road, shoveling white steam over her shoulder, snorting noisily as she passes. Silent miles of wind-bent grasses, birds turn ahead to sheep, approaches, stare through the bushes at her black-faced coaches. Sheepdogs can't now turn her course, they slumber on with hordes of cross. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border. Letters with the rich, there's letters with the poor, the shop is with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. House common grass and board on the road, shoveling white steam over her shoulder, snorting noisily as she passes. Silent miles of wind-bent grasses, birds turn ahead to sheep, approaches, stare through the bushes at her black-faced coaches. Sheepdogs can't now turn her course. This is the night mail crossing the border. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. Letters with the rich, there's letters with the poor, the shop is with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. House common grass and board on the road, shoveling white steam over her shoulder, snorting noisily as she passes.
Not right now, Ma. I'm busy.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Jack, and today I'm here to tell you about Octagon.
Not right now, Mom. Not right now. Not right now, Mom. 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 Busy. Not right now, Mom. Busy.
Et aujourd'hui alors?
Et voilà votre menu.
Hello to you, my fellow Dark Ones. How are you guys doing today? How's life? So we are starting today's episode by making a bunch of singularities, which I have already made a bunch as well. I'm just trying to make our end push a bit more convenient, you know, at least when the time comes. However, one of the important things that I have done is that I have made every single singularity which included vibranium. You see, we have 16, 16. So that means we no longer need to have the vibranium seed ever again. We just need all the modium. Again, it has been a few minutes later and I have ordered every single singularity which already had the MC or the resources were ready. I could have missed a few, like extremely not. Once everything is done, I will give you a small progress update on the singularities, but still, most of them are being done. However, we need to focus on something way more important today. Infinity. So I have already mentioned, I think we need 50,000 Infinity 1 in order to make, I don't know, like 1 Infinity 12. And well, of course, one of our main problems is going to be Essence, which we have to solve very soon. But the other one is going to be Draconium. Well, here you won't notice it, but it's 50,000 Draconic Core. So even if I want 100,000 Draconic Core, yeah, no more Draconium dust, and also no more gold. That has the MC, so it's fine. So I think we're going to have an Awakened Draconium seed, and we're not missing that much. So this one will be any minute. I have already set it up in our agriculture area, and the fuel, ironically, it's going to be super easy. We already have everything for it. So basically, we're just waiting for some essence.
Okay, people, gay 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 people,
Greg Tech is a Minecraft mod about science and chemistry. Because of this, Greg Tech bases can be quite complicated. In this video, we will explore 10 different types of Greg Tech bases, and you will figure out which one you are. Let's start. This is the first base that people ever build in Greg Tech, just like in normal Minecraft. People build a small dirt hut or underground outpost to survive the first few nights, but at a certain point, you figure out that there is not enough space. Greg Tech requires a lot of space. Just in the Steam age, you are required to build at least 3 multi-block machines. So, people usually start out with a small dirt hut, and eventually build a larger structure as they get to low or medium voltage.
Not right now, Ma. I'm busy.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Jack, and today I'm here to tell you about Octagon. This time is an Octagon!
The base in the background of this video was built by Diliobi 228. Or Takakoma Gaming. Building a massive stone or concrete structure is very simple, but it just requires a ton of material. Usually, the different rooms of the base are dedicated to different processing lines. This futuristic style was popularized by famous professional redditor Samsa in 2020. It's very popular for people who somehow reached the late game in Greg Tech New Horizons. It mainly consists of different buildings built using Lathe 12 and Dianta blocks from Chisel. A base like this looks very cool, but this style is kind of overused. Every single post about Greg Tech New Horizons uses a base like this and some shaders. Sadly, most of us with poor graphics cards can't afford to build like Samsa. A lawn base is a base that is built using only walls and a floor, but no ceiling. Lawn bases are typically made in a plains biome, with all the machinery laid out on the grass. This is why it's called a lawn base. It's very convenient because you don't have to design and actually build a structure, but I think it looks ugly. Some people use the term lawn base to refer to machines that are just laid out in a random manner, without organizing them into different compartments. For example, the space station that the PGS has built in 2022 has one single giant room for all machines, instead of having multiple smaller rooms for each processing line or setup. Spaghetti wiring is not a type of base, but it's a lifestyle. Spaghetti wiring is wiring that looks like messy pasta instead of neatly ordered cables. In easier versions of Greg Tech, avoiding spaghetti is really easy, because you don't have to keep up with a lot of stuff. But in Supersymmetry, when you are asked to manage 25 different items and 12 different fluids at the same time, it is quite difficult to keep stuff neat. An underground lawn base is just a normal lawn base but built underground. Usually, underground lawn bases will have walls made out of stone and machinery put on the floor, and maybe they have some walkways to get around the different machinery rooms. I think it's even worse than a normal lawn base, because you are taking a lot of time to dig the stone instead of building an actual building. This is what the Supersymmetry base looked like, as I did not play 14 hours a day. I did not know the position of each one of the 17 million machines. I bit my keyboard while trying to find an HV assembler. A bunker is an underground base with an actual entrance and layout. This design is not really that popular. One of the best bunker bases ever was made by Zalgo in 2020, back when his mod pack Supersymmetry was still an idea in his head and not real. The style of this particular base looks like a mix of a Soviet control panel and futuristic architecture. He also got inspired by Half-Life 2, because he is a huge fan of the Valve games. I find it sad that we didn't build a base like this one in the event, but we did not have much time for building. Event the worst way to play Minecraft in multiplayer, because you have a constant threat of getting attacked and losing everything. So you don't want to build something cool because you know that it can get ruined by a group of losers in about 5 minutes. Sky bases are usually made in mod packs that have a skyblock mode. For example, in Nama Factory, you can build your base in a sky dimension instead of on Earth. Sky bases are quite annoying to build because you have to bridge to build before you unlock flight. Sky bases usually have a large cobblestone platform with a large open area like a lawn base, but in the sky. Never mind the fact that building a platform in the sky is impossible in real life because of physics. A space station is the evolution of a sky base. Space is further high up than the sky. Space stations are impossible to construct in mod packs that don't have advanced rocketry. Space stations are much cooler but also harder to construct, because you have to create a satellite, launch it, and then use several machines to add gravity in your base. Also, a space station has to be fitted with walls and oxygen, otherwise you don't breathe and you will die. But you can also move your station around the solar system and drop down to the planet using a rocket, which is pretty cool, and obviously, you get the glorious orbital laser drill so you can destroy players from up above. A gigacomplex is a base that is built off multiple buildings, connected with each other, usually spread out over a large area. Only the most massive of bases can be called a gigacomplex. Until the middle or late game, you can put most machines in 1 or 2 buildings, but when you get to the very end of the game, you will have to make entire buildings dedicated to just one part of your base. A gigacomplex is laid out like an entire city, with each building dedicated to one area of Gredic progression. Examples of gigacomplex bases are Karax 82's base, which is the base in the background of this video, and the Gigaplex from Houston. By the way, I added links to each one of the bases in the description of this video, and that's it for today. Thank you for watching.
Je ne vous sens pas prête à occuper un poste de direction. Vous savez que la fusion d'entreprises à Bangkok approche. On l'emmène, et après elle part.
C'est fini maintenant, on n'est plus au bureau, Bradley.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Nomi Factory. But wait, haven't we played Omni Factory? That's right, this is Season 2, and it's basically the same pack rebranded as Nomi Factory. Either way, it's still my favourite pack, and I've been wanting to replay this corner of the screen the quickly we can beat this pack. It's not going to be a 1-to-1, since there have been some patch changes, and this time we are playing peaceful rather than hard mode, but hopefully this time we can get a quicker time than last. It took us 471 hours for Creative End in the first time round, which I think is a pretty respectful time for a first run, but this time we're going to try to optimise things, and with all the knowledge and experience we have in GregTech New Horizons and also in FPV interactions, I think this time round we can have some fun. No doubt there will be some blunders, but that's part of the fun as well. Because of the quicker pace, this isn't going to be a pack for base building, we're going to be purely functional in this, but remember, sometimes you have to be inefficient to be efficient. So here we are on our little spawn island, quite an interesting spawn we have here. So as for the general strategy for the early game, I want to basically just loot as much of the lost cities as we can, and then we're going to move into the void. Wow, an empty chest, really? But yeah, the void dimension is just way more efficient, even though we're doing it in GregTech New Horizons as well. This is a very different GregTech experience, as most of you will probably know by now. But yeah, the Void Dimension just basically makes it so that we don't have to worry about space. We have unlimited space, of course, in the Void. And we can avoid some lag through there as well. With the amount of machines we're going to be having, that's definitely a consideration you have to make when you're playing this game. Another empty chest, come on. Come on, we're supposed to get some good loot here. The fact that we have quite big clay buildings is going to be important. We can use this clay later on. And I'm also going to grab some of this quartz with hammers that we got from the quest book. Similar to New Horizons and Interactions, we also have our GregTech ore veins here. The salt veins is not something we need immediately, so we'll come back for this later on. A coal vein is definitely something that we can use early game though. I'm going to grab some of this while we're here. And we'll also mark it on the map. We don't have visual prospecting in this. Oh nice, a huge quartz vein here. This is going to be useful as well. And is this a magnetite above, right above it? Wow, that's hard to see. I can't see anything here. Yeah, it looks like we have two intersecting ore veins. That's nice. We definitely need some iron and gold. So we are just over the hour mark right now. I've been collecting some materials, I've been mining for various resources. We got some tin veins, I found some other lapis and other goodies underground. Still no diamond though, we'll need a diamond vein soon enough. But with the help of Effortless Building, which is an amazing mod by the way, I have created a bit of a platform here in the Void for us to start our base with. And we are going to start moving all of our items across here. I think this is going to take multiple trips. This is why I want to do this early on, so that we can easily move things. And I have also been making use of the home commands from FTB Utilities. I have a few set up on various ore veins as well, which will really help to reduce travel times between different areas. I've definitely missed the home command from GTNH since I didn't use it there at all. Alright, so we got everything moved over from the overworld. We got some furnaces placed and some storage crates for storage. I think before tackling any of these quests though, I'm going to go on a very extended mining trip. I would really like to find a diamond vein, and we're going to need a lot more iron than we currently have. It's going to make some of the early wire and plate recipes much easier since we get very poor ratios. At least until we have our basic LV machines.
Avec la nouvelle catégorie électronique Vinted,
Vous lavez tout votre corps chaque jour. Alors
GregTech was invented in 2012, and in these past 10 years, GregTech's progression has changed a lot. Let's take a look at what the GregTech energy progression looks like. The most important part of GregTech is energy. There are 15 different tiers of energy in GregTech, and they are all fundamentally different from each other. Each tier produces 4 times more energy than the last. The first tier of GregTech progression is the Steam Age. In the Steam Age, you produce power using steam engines, and not electricity. You generate steam using steam boilers, which heat up water using coal or lava. This is equivalent to humanity in the year 18. The Steam Age in GregTech is quite short, as it only requires a few machines before you proceed to the next tier. Beating the Steam Age in GregTech only requires a few hours of gaming. However, humanity took over 100 years to get electricity. The steam turbine was invented in 1884. This device transforms glorious steam energy into electricity. This allows you to create more complex machinery using electronic circuits too. This is where you will begin building your gigafactory, as the machines required to beat low voltage will be a lot. If you're playing something like GregTech New Horizons, or Supersymmetry, expect to use at least 100 machines. You can use steam energy until tier 2, medium voltage, where most people switch to colonizing several Middle Eastern countries for oil. Oil is more energy efficient than steam, and it can be processed for several organic compounds such as plastics. Oil can also be processed several times to create diesel, and then sit in boosted diesel, and then whatever this is, using complicated chemical chains. But some people still use steam energy at this point, by using the large bronze boiler, a machine that boils tons of water into steam. It is also very prone to exploding and wiping out your entire base. You could also other alternative sources of energy, like biomass, which is achieved by killing 2 million trees. In extreme voltage, or tier 5, you unlock nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is quite dangerous but also quite fun. Most versions of GregTech nuclear energy differ from each other. Some are very simple, while others require a degree in physics. Nuclear energy was achieved in the 1940s in real life. It involves splitting uranium atoms to cause a chain reaction that makes things go boom very fast, which generates a lot of energy. But you know what's better than splitting an atom? Fusing 2 atoms together. Affordable fusion reactors have not been invented yet in real life, but in GregTech, it is much more simple. You get to tier 7, ludicrous voltage, and build a massive donut with high-tech blocks. Then, you generate plasma by fusing 2 elements together, and then you put that plasma into a plasma turbine, which generates millions of energy units per tick. And this is where the realistic part of GregTech ends. At tier 7, you start to see many bullshit forms of energy, like Nakwada, which has been stolen by the show Stargate Test G1. Gregorius T really liked Stargate, and for some reason, the show has kind of a cult status in the community. If you're playing GregTech New Horizons, you're only at the beginning, and you have another few thousand hours of gaming required to finish. The GregTech New Horizons developers had fun adding several dozen bullshit forms of energy that do not exist in real life. Seriously, Dream Master XXL. What the fuck is a dimensionally transcendent plasma forge? The endgame of GregTech New Horizons is quite funny. The developers started giving funny names to machines that did even more ridiculous stuff. The Eye of Harmony, for example, generates every item in the game for the small price of letting your PC run uninterrupted for 6 days. And then, there's this thing called the box.
Lilo et Stitch, le...
My first thought was to try a LV fluid solidifier from Molten Gold just to test if it worked with other things. Surprisingly, this didn't work and it almost ruined my motivation to try to find something. So I immediately just kind of threw GT machines off the table. I did try quite a few, like a lot of the filters and stuff, but none of them worked, as you could just didn't work. Then I spent ages to no avail finding anything that could work. And that's when I consulted Mr. Soycake himself to try help me and find something ideally that would work in SteamAge. And we managed it. Thank you, Railcraft. I love you so much. I don't know how Soy found this. I did try testing it. I just didn't know how it works. But apparently Soy did. So there are some things called advanced item unloaders. And they can just offload items from a minecart hopper into some sort of inventory. And they have an output. And you can cycle this gold constantly. I bet you've probably never used this item in your life. This is kind of insane. What's even better is they use the freaking hopper minecarts, which is probably one of the fastest ways to transfer items in SteamAge. So we are about to get some insane gold throughput, which is directly proportional to silver throughput. Let's just hook up a few translocators and pipes. Everything accessible in SteamAge, by the way. And there we have it. A truly insane setup. I'm not going to give you a full guide since I'm sure this is going to get patched very soon. But yeah, let's hook up these hoppers and see how fast we can produce silver. Yeah, well, I hope that's enough for SteamAge. I don't ever condemn cheating. I just thought this would be a funny oversight to showcase between mods, even though no one really knows about it just yet. And I thought I'd show my process of how I think when I'm trying to find some of these little exploits. Hope you enjoyed and have fun with infinite silver if you choose to abuse it. Enjoy. Just for an FYI, this setup is currently capped by the hopper limit. You can increase the speed with hopper minecarts, but I really don't bother with that. So you can definitely get more out of this. But for now, each hopper is fully maximized and there's just more silver overflowing in the silver vats. But this should be definitely enough for SteamAge.
No. No, not the... No, not the mosquito again. Ah. Croissant. Ooh, croissant.
Alright, so there's a strange pattern happening in the OSC where many familiar official figures are being hacked. Right now, there are currently 3 cases, which I will cover today. All of this happened under a month alone, so without further ado, we will start with... Aubrillion is an animator who mainly uploads fan animation of the Algebralians, specifically her favorite one, Six. She is well known for her unique art style and smooth movements. However, all of this would collapse on January 25th when her entire channel was hacked by a crypto company. She would later post a follow-up video on her second account, which has been now deleted. But according to her, her account was hacked out in the blue, and everything was changed into something related to crypto or politics. Days later, she confirmed that she got her email back and is slowly working to get her main channel back. This all finally happened on February 5th, where her Aubrillion account was finally reinstated, but that still didn't stop the further hacking attempts, as she is still receiving fake account recovery notifications. But minus that, she still posts animations to this day. Our next victim is... Brownscarf is yet another animation channel that uploads reanimations of various BFDI scenes and intros. One in particular garnered over 500,000 views. But currently, he is working on his first auto show, but that would not be the case because on February 7th, 2 days after Aubrillion got her main channel back, his Brownscarf channel would later be hacked by the same person, Crypto. He later confirmed on Twitter, or X if you call it that way, that his account was hacked out of nowhere and that he didn't click on any suspicious links. He would then try to contact YouTube on the problem, but that wouldn't change the problem, as the person who has a hold on his channel now began posting fake video game exploits, and is still posting them by the time I'm script writing this. As of right now, Brownscarf hasn't gotten his account back, and the hacker could be doing God knows what next. And finally, the most insane hacking incident by far in this year. I don't even need an introduction on who Jack and Jellyfeet is, but to summarize, recently Jack and Jellyfeet's Twitter account has been hacked by an unknown user, and no, it's not Golfball Yam. The user will later post this. As you can most likely tell, everything about this post is fake, the obvious AI-generated image. Actually, you know what? Everything here is completely AI-generated because this ass description looks like something from a slop Roblox game. I'm not even bothered to click on that link because it's most likely an IP grabber, and I truly won't because the post was later deleted. Brayden, or many of you might know as LegoTD61, confirmed on the Ace Twin Discord server that the Jack and Jellyfeet Twitter account was hacked, and the link that is supposed to be a new BFDI game is instead hidden malware. So that is all of the incidents that I have documented today. This year is already a surprise for the OSC, and for the wrong reason.
Ultra Premium Direct, des croquettes de qualité sans...
Demain, vous faites quoi?
To the 30 people who watched the base tour, I'm back now. I would like to record a quick video with voice to show the last bit of progression I have left. Since the base tour, I've played 20 hours and built the creative EU generator, another creative fluid tank for the creative gas tank, which I also now have. The last couple of hours will be spent on this, the creative vending upgrade, which allows you to duplicate any item you put into it infinitely, including itself. Unluckily for us, it makes 2 in the crafting recipe. To break down the last recipe, most of this stuff is pretty easy or already done, like the creative items in the middle and the ultimate catalyst at the edges. The 4 chaotic cores would be pretty problematic if I hadn't been working on them for the past 10 hours of playthrough. That leaves the storage cells, which are probably just a couple auto crafting recipes away, the creative essence, which I've been preparing for since I got the creative fluid tank, and finally, the infinity ingots and the tier 6 solar array controllers. Those last 2 are the hardest part of Enigmatic 2 Expert and the main subject right now. Let's start with the easier part, which I already mostly did the work for, the solar controller, which I've crafted all the way up to here, only missing the blocks of crystal time, the awakened draconic cores, and most importantly, the 4 singularities with these materials. We don't have to worry about getting them, however, because all 4 materials can be melted and duplicated in the creative fluid tank. The difficult part is turning the molten metals into singularities at a fast enough rate that I'm not just playing Great Tech New Horizons. And that meant building a massive wall of 20 ingot formers with enchanted fluid tanks to constantly fill the ingot formers with molten metal, which then output into storage, and then these quantum compressors import those materials to be turned into singularities. Each material needs to be turned into at least 2 singularities for the ultimate singularity, back to that later. But a lot of them are used in this abomination of a crafting recipe for the infinity catalyst, which we need 11 of, bumping the singularity count to 13. For the Magnolan and Mythal singularities, we only need 4, but for the diamond and gold singularities, we need 14, which is why we have this contraption for making so many singularities at once. In about an hour broken up by making the chaos cores previously mentioned, I finally made enough singularities for the chaotic cores, as well as getting enough iron, coal, copper, fluix, titanium, and aluminum singularities for the rest of the game. As of the end of this recording session, this is as far as I've gone for the Tier 6 solar array controller. But we're not done yet. The other insanely difficult part I mentioned is the infinity ingot, and I have almost no visible progress on this. I only have to make one because it can be melted and duplicated, but the recipe looks like this: 24 neutronium ingots surrounding a core of 11 infinity catalysts, 2 ultimate singularities, and 8 crystal matrix ingots. In the end, the neutronium and crystal matrix ingots are child's play compared to the ultimate singularities and infinity catalysts. My ingot duping setup is mostly fine for the ultimate singularities, since I only need 2.
Not right now, Ma. I'm busy.
From C. Dollar. Dollar. Dollar.
But the Infinity Catalyst, like I mentioned earlier, makes it so that we need 14 of each singularity. So a lot of this is waiting. The rest of the recipe probably isn't that bad. The Benitoid and Anglesite, we have Neutronium and Crystal Mage. Tricks is Child's Play, like I said. All of these can just be auto-crafted, and the rest is just 30 minutes of crafting in total. In the end, it all comes down to getting the singularities, and most of that is just waiting, but there are 3 singularities that are especially difficult to get, which are the Emerald Singularity, the Diamond Singularity, and the Redstone Singularity. I made a factory that abuses the fact that Cryothium can be turned into 10 redstone with destabilized redstone, which can be duplicated. So in this little unit, I can automate Cryothium and make 10 redstone per second. The Diamonds and Emeralds, however, can be melted, but each crystal is 666 millibuckets, as opposed to 144 millibuckets of normal ingots. My impatient little Greg Tech brain decided to go to an alternate dimension made of diamonds to get the singularities, because that works so well with flux crystals. So I made a diamond dimension, and its power cost was 10 million RF per tick, which wasn't a problem for my creative capacitor bank, and it was full on power, so I went in, and instantly died.
Et aujourd'hui alors,
Can I have some money? Money?
Burger and fries.
sleep, I get those nasty barnacles under my eyes.
My name's Buddy.
Wow.
What's this?
Why are you smiling?
It's like a smile. Smiling's my favorite. Hi.
They work your thing. That's your thing. Okay.
Dill.
Work your thing.
« 96% de nos...
Le menu à...
For the past 11 months, I have been on a journey. 1,100 advancements in half-hard hardcore, a challenge completed by only one other person in the world. It took them 300 hours, and here I stand, near the peak at only 125. This is the Blazing Caves Advancement Pack, where I have survived the void, stacked every item in the game, and finally, I have reached 1,000 total advancements. After over 30 failed attempts, it's finally time. Welcome to the final 100 advancements of Blazing Caves. Wait, the number changed. Am I crazy? Do you guys see that? We're not starting at 1,000. We're starting a little earlier, because the first advancement on my to-do list is to take damage from the Warden, the mob that does the most damage, and I have half a heart. But this isn't my first rodeo. Last time I was required to take damage, I used an enchant golden apple to get 8 temporary hearts. This is our maximum health ever, and I have one more trick for the Warden. Our first Turtle Master Potion for advancement 991. What? I didn't melee. I can't shield this, right? Alright, there we go. The mob that does the most damage is tickling me. There's a question I get sometimes. Is half-hard hardcore even hard? Well, thanks for the compliment. And at this point in the run, the stack of every item advancement leaves us with the resources to prepare for any situation, as long as there's no more surprises. But let's play a game. Try to guess how many apples we will have left by the end of the run. That being said, the Warden is the last hostile mob we haven't killed, chaining 3 advancements and 1 more for looking at it through a spyglass. Advancement 998 is a night vision potion. 999 is slow falling. For advancement 1000, I wanted to do something cool. I chose to go for giving a mob every potion effect. A while back, I already made all the potions for an advancement to get tipped arrows, which gives me an idea. It was the last arrow too. Okay, so I guess we brew some regen so this guy just doesn't die. I think I haven't drank a regen pot yet. Yeah, there we go. Oh wait, oh that was 1000. Oops, we're gonna make it the fun creeper one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A little heal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There it goes. Nice time to come in, Fulham. It just hit 1,000. Did you catch that? A creeper with potion effects creates a lingering cloud of that effect when it blows up. So after the creeper blows up, it passes all the effects to us for our second advancement, Furious Cocktail. What's so cool about this challenge is how it showcases weird mechanics like these. Oh, kill a creeper while we're invis, and then we blow one up with a spectral arrow, with a wither rose, and what else? Levitation, so we need to bring him over to the shulker. Later. Hello, creeper. Nice. This is a milestone. Advancements in Blazing Caves are split into 15 categories. Completing all advancements in a category gets you a milestone. Potions is our 4th milestone, following farming, enchanting, and building. And we still have 11 more categories to go, so it's time for a lightning round. While I had a shulker in the nether, I bring the skeleton for a fun advancement where you dual skeleton while you both have levitation. Our next advancement is for killing a creeper in the end, but this uses a trick that I'll explain later. But while I was in the end, I also killed an enderman named Slenderman for advancement 1008. I quickly do another name tag for the gem_rainbow sheep, and there's another name tag Easter egg related to Vindicator, so I went back to the Woodland Mansion where this run started. In the span of 5 seconds, I get kill an invoker in Woodland Mansion, shield a Vindicator, and finally the name tag advancement, naming a Vindicator Johnny. Back to Warden advancements, I transport Warden through the nether to a portal at world height. I'm not scared of heights, and neither is advancement 1013. Whoa. This portal was placed in the snowy plains, intentional for an advancement where you kill the Warden in this specific biome. I reused the portal at world height for a villager, getting the vanilla advancement Star Trader. I almost grabbed 5 Wardens together for a house party of freaks. Back to world height, I dig down a bedrock for the first time. Not sure how I didn't get this earlier. This is a setup for the vanilla advancement cave in cliffs, which I totally didn't mess up before. I bring a rabbit to the bottom of the world, killing it with an arrow from world height, chaining 2 different advancements. I grab an advancement for placing all cave blocks on top of the world, leaving 2 advancements left in the mining category. Looking at a bat through a spyglass from 50 blocks away. Actually, on second thought, that's a big lava pool, so I bring a strider on a long journey for the nether advancement feels like home. The last mining advancement needs you to kill a bat while blind, but that's not the full picture. While we only have 75 advancements left, in my mind this number is closer to 400. This is because of the 5 hardest advancements left in this pack. I call it the mob row. We need to kill every mob in the nether, kill every mob in the end, kill every mob with splash potions, and kill every mob with lingering potions. Oh, and use a spyglass on every mob, sure. The mob row is like 300 smaller advancements. Honestly pretty tedious. I need to keep track of all the mobs on a notepad. It's really important to overlap as many of these smaller tasks as possible. So not only do we want to kill this bat while blind, I want to also try to kill this bat with a lingering potion while also in the end. About 40 hours ago, I did an advancement for getting every animal to one place. Now it's time for the Endergeddon. What? Well, okay, he's in the end now. Alright, and that is mining tab done. I mean, I can just do end tab right now, can't I? Where's Frog? There he is. Really? Oh my god. Re-challenge. I think I might call it quits for here. I'm really nervous, man. I'm nervous for once. I had a goal to beat this advancement pack before the next update came out, which was 1 week after this livestream. Yes, this run was done in version 1.20, don't think about it for too long. This is plenty of time. Except I was leaving on a trip in 2 days. I would be gone for most of the summer, meaning if I didn't finish the run, my viewers would need to wait for months. So essentially, this is all we need to do. I don't know how much of this I'm going to do today, so we'll see how much we can set ourselves up for tomorrow.
Je ne vous sens pas prête à occuper.
Notch, the founder and original creator of Minecraft, is the one who wrote the earliest code that defined how the game works. Even so, he's rarely been seen publicly in the game for years. But what if I could secretly add him back to any world through the use of command blocks? I want to add Notch to my Minecraft world and give him tons of cool overpowered custom attacks because not too long ago I told a well-known YouTuber to hop on for a recording in a week, and I think it would be funny to have Notch pull up and jump him, and I'm planning on doing this only with command blocks. Hopefully I can pull it off. Before I can add all of Notch's movement and custom attacks, I first need to set up an entity that looks like Notch in general. My plan for this is to use the mannequin entity Minecraft added in the newest version. With these mannequins, I'm able to create a player model that looks like any player I want using this NBT data in the /summon command. So if I set the mannequin's user to Notch, I have successfully added an entity that looks like Notch. Although the mannequin looks like a player, it doesn't move or even do anything. To fix this, I need to link the mannequin with an entity that actually moves by teleporting the mannequin to this entity and giving the entity invisibility. Instead of using a mob like a zombie though, I'm going to use the Iron Golem because it has a larger hitbox and has a really cool attack which does upwards knockback, which I think would be really cool to see Notch using. There's an issue though, the Iron Golem won't attack players unless provoked. To fix this, I can run this command to make the Iron Golem attack the nearest player, but because the actual Notch mannequin isn't actually fighting, it just looks in one direction, making it look super unrealistic. To fix this, by running this command, the mannequin automatically looks at the nearest player. Now that the Notch model and hitbox is done, it is time to give Notch some custom attacks they can use on the player. But before I can add these attacks, I need to set up a timer and other conditions for when the attacks need to be triggered, so Notch knows when to use the attacks. To do this, I created a new scoreboard and increased the scoreboard by 1 every tick. Then, when the scoreboard reaches 500, I made the scoreboard reset back to 0. Now, with this timer, I can make Notch run attacks when the timer is at a certain number and if there is a player nearby. Now that the conditions are done, I can actually create the custom attacks. The first attack I plan on making is a tree attack, where Notch summons a few trees from the ground which damages any players that get hit by them. To do this, the first thing I need is a tree model. This was pretty straightforward, as on this website there are tons of block displays, one of which being a tree block display made by this person. Now, by having this tree model teleport to an invisible armor stand with no gravity, if I move the armor stand, the tree model goes to the exact position. So by making 3 more of these trees with armor stands and have Notch use the /red player command on the armor stands, the trees randomly spawn around Notch's location. This works great, but the trees just popping up doesn't look good at all. To fix this, I made the trees teleport underground when they are spread out, then slowly teleport upwards and back down to make the summon animation smooth. And finally, to make the trees deal damage, I made the armor stands of the tree models deal damage to any player in a 1 block radius, in addition to giving them a quick levitation effect to make it seem like they're getting launched by the tree. With this tree attack done, it's time to move on to the next attack, which I plan on being a creeper attack. For this attack, I want Notch to summon a handful of creepers so that he's not the only entity the player has to worry about. To do this, I'm gonna have 8 creepers be summoned out of Notch, each with their own motion tag. You see, by having each of these creepers have one of these 8 motion tags, when the creepers are summoned, they get smoothly launched along 1 or 2 axes from Notch, making it so creepers shoot out of Notch in all 8 directions. To top off this attack, I made a flash particle appear over Notch in addition to making him float into the air a bit. With these 2 attacks done, there's only a few more attacks I want to add, with the next one being an apple attack. Because Notch is well known for dropping an apple upon death, I think having Notch throw apples as an attack would be really fitting. To make Notch use these apples, I'm going to reuse the motion tag from earlier to make the apples shoot. There's a big issue though, because the motion tag only moves an entity along an axis, there is no direct way of changing an entity's motion based on the direction that a player is looking, unless through the use of scoreboards. Because of how complex this method is, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but pretty much by teleporting an invisible armor stand a block away from where Notch is looking, and by setting up 3 scoreboards, 1 for each axis, and detecting the offset from Notch to the armor stand, we can assign values to these 3 scoreboards, each of these scoreboards representing motion along 1 of the 3 axes. Then by tweaking these scoreboard values, having Notch summon an entity, and having the scoreboard data be assigned to the entity's motion tag, the entity will shoot perfectly from Notch's direction. Now, if we have the entity be a snowball with an apple model, and have the snowball damage players in a 1 block radius, we have a working apple attack for Notch. Now that the apple attack is done, it's time to add the final custom attack to Notch. I want the attack to be sort of like a ground slam attack, where Notch jumps high in the air and quickly slams right down, dealing tons of damage. To make Notch jump high in the air and slam down, I first gave a negative gravity attribute to Notch, then a few ticks later gave him a really high positive gravity attribute to launch him straight back down to the ground. Then, when Notch reaches the ground, I made him summon an ignited creeper with a high explosion radius and a fuse of 0 to create an explosive impact. This attack works great, but I want this attack to launch the player back a lot more than it already does. Okay, so after lots of thinking, I came up with a solution. By giving a creeper the wind charge effect, whenever the creeper dies, it launches the player a decent amount. But if I have multiple of these creepers die at the same time, the launch amount increases by a lot. So if I summon 5 of these instantly exploding creepers with the wind charge effect, when Notch slams onto the ground, players will get launched a lot farther away from his position. So after giving Notch a stronger attack damage, a lot more health, a speed boost, and a simple lightning attack, all the custom attacks for the Notch boss are done. With these attacks done, it's time to move on to the next essential part for adding Notch. This being an area where Notch stays at. Having Notch randomly walking around the world kind of ruins the secret and ominous feeling of Notch being in your world, so I want to have a specific and hidden area Notch stays in, which you can only get to through a difficult task. And I think it would be cool if the task was breaking bedrock and jumping into the void. To do this, the first thing I need to do is detect when a player is at a certain Y level under bedrock. This is really simple, since through this command I can detect when a player is at Y level -84 and teleport them to this temporary platform I made for Notch to spawn. So if I have a command apply the blindness effect at the same time and summon Notch on the platform, we have a smooth transition from jumping into the void and landing on the platform where Notch awaits you. Although this works well, the platform Notch spawns on looks really bad. To fix this, I think it would be cool if I built a much better looking arena. Okay, so to make a good looking arena themed for Notch, first I'm going to take the old Temple of Notch build and paste it in this area. Then using some brushes and Axiom, I created a circular wall shape and painted the top with grass. Once that was done, I added some grass and flowers, created a little water path, and textured the walls to finish the arena. Okay, with the arena done, it's time to add the final essential part to Notch, this being his second phase, where I add working AI for how he uses his attacks. Before I do this though, I first need to give Notch a boss bar and detect when the Iron Golem for Notch dies to signal the second phase. Through the /boss bar command and a few other repeating commands, I can easily set up a decent looking boss bar for Notch. Then by having the mannequin detect whenever there are no tagged Iron Golems in a 1 block radius of them, we can signal the next phase for Notch. Okay, so with this out of the way, I can now focus on how Notch will base his attacks around AI in the second phase. To make this AI, my plan is to have Notch first analyze the attacks which do more damage in the first phase, then give the attacks that did more damage in the first phase a higher chance of being used in the second phase. This way Notch adapts to make his second phase more impactful based on what worked best in the first phase. Okay, in order to do this, the first thing I need to have is a random output generator that can easily be tweaked. And I decided to use this goofy system from a previous video. If you haven't seen it already, the way the system works is an armor stand is randomly teleported based on the center armor stand's position. And based on what color concrete this armor stand is teleported on, a different output is executed. So now, instead of having a set order on how the different colored concrete is arranged, we can have the teleporting armor stand set how the concrete is arranged during the first phase based on which of Notch's attacks deal more damage. Specifically, during the first phase, if the creepers which Notch spawns does damage, damage to the player, the teleporting armor stand will set the concrete below it to yellow concrete. If the tree attack which Notch spawns does damage to the player, the teleporting armor stand will set the concrete below it to green concrete. And if the big jump attack does damage to the player, the teleporting armor stand will set the concrete below it to red concrete. Then in the second phase, the armor stands will stop setting concrete, and instead, when Notch is about to attack the player, based on what concrete block the armor stand is standing on at that moment, Notch will use their respective attack. So with this system in place, if I take more damage from either of the 3 main attacks from Notch, that attack is more likely to be used by Notch in the second phase. This works well, but having Notch use the same attacks is kind of boring. So I made the 3 attacks in the second phase be upgraded versions. To put it simply, I made the creeper attack summon 5 times as more creepers, the tree attack become a compressed divine attack which deals loads of damage, and the jump attack be a lot faster and stronger. Now after adding some sound effects to every attack, a join and death message, a few extra particles, and an increased size for Notch in the second phase, everything is ready to use on the well-known YouTuber. Because I want to completely surprise this YouTuber with Notch, I'm not going to tell him that I want him to fight Notch. Instead, what I've told him is that I'm going to teach him how to break bedrock using a simple bedrock breaking machine. But little does he know, once he breaks the bedrock, I'm going to try to knock him into the void, putting him against the Notch boss I created.
Vous saviez que les croquettes babines sont
from the whole universe, but building this pump requires some really strong materials. Leaving aside all of the neutronium and infinity, the real issue lies in the magnetic material required for the inner shaft of a motor powerful enough to spin such pump, 10 gam. Just to catch a meteor with traces of it, we need an iron thruster jet. But, since this is quite expensive, instead of throwing it away for a dozen of 10 gam ores, we shall put it on our new improvised mothership to push it to a new galaxy where 10 gam spawns naturally. And after a long voyage, we got our mothership in the correct area. Now we can prepare a smaller shuttle, which can be used to land on a 10 gam rich planet, where we quickly build a powerful void miner. With that, we can conclude our space adventure and relocate to our base, where we can start working on the powerful space pumps. And it was then that we run for the first time into the infinite issue of not having enough infinity. To make 1 ingot of that material, we currently need 11 stacks of infinity catalyst dust, which we are mainly collecting with space drones. However, not only the collection is still too slow even tough, we have multiple drones working on it, we are also low on diamonds and nether stars. Not to mention all of the cosmic neutronium required, which will be a hard task even for our mega blast furnaces and freezers running at 100 million.
What are you doing here? I'm here for you. I'm not going to stand here and smoking now. Watch why. No dynamite is gonna be smoking. No, I can fit any worse than your 3 martini. Watch why. No dynamite is gonna be drinking a 3 martini. Watch why. No dynamite is gonna be drinking a 3 martini. Is it any worse than your own? Watch why. No dynamite. Drink anything but rice wine. That's right. Sweet face on early family rules. So go eat ya. What are you doing here? I'm here for you. I'm not going to stand here and smoking now. Watch why. No dynamite is gonna be smoking. No, I can fit any worse than your 3 martini. What are you doing here? I'm here for you. I'm not going to stand here and smoking now. Watch why. No dynamite is gonna be smoking. No, I can fit any worse than your 3 martini. Watch why. No dynamite is gonna be drinking a 3 martini. Watch why. Is it worse than your 5 watch why. No dynamite is gonna be drinking a 5 watch. Is it worse than your 5 No dynamite. Drink anything but rice wine. That's right. Sweet summer. Leave me rules. So eat ya. What are you doing here? I'm here for you. I'm going to stand here and smoking now. Watch why. No dynamite is gonna be smoking. No, I can fit any worse than your 3 martini. What are you doing here? I'm here for you. I'm not going to stand here and smoking now. Watch why. No dynamite is gonna be smoking. No, I can fit any worse than your 3 martini. Watch why. No dynamite is gonna be drinking a 3 martini. Watch why. Is it worse than your 5
Okay, people, gay 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 people,
The collaborative and support with nature is noted.
We win the game! We did it! We beat the game!
We beat everything!
Hey guys, we just... Oh god. I invited a few of my viewers onto my Minecraft server because I wanted them to experience the loving embrace of the machine god. I gave ChatGPT all of the voice chat and player action data for my server, told it, you are God, and these players are your humble subjects, and gave it the ability to punish or reward players in any way it sees fit. Then I left the players at its mercy.
What? He gave me 277 hours of slowness.
You can't move?
I can't move. I have... God, what can I name it? I have 277 hours of slowness.
I sacrificed a zombie in your name, God.
Hey! What is my next objective, God?
You know, I think it's really weird. Oh! No, I was just talking to him. So, when everyone spawns in, the AI god will be assigned a randomly generated personality, where it's given 3 player behaviors that it likes, and 3 that it dislikes. The players only figure out this personality from the god's words and actions when they're playing the game. When players die, they can only respawn if they are revived by God. And once every player is dead, the world resets and a new god is created. If you want a more in-depth explanation of how the server plugin works and how it was made, you can watch this video. With all that out of the way, let's see what happens. Why is there a campfire in the sky? Clearly an act of God. What do you think, Shane? What the fuck?
I got my objective completed. What do I do?
There's your reward, man.
Test your strength. Monsters have appeared.
God wants us to put 2 torches outside of the shelter. Never mind.
Improve your combat skills. Defeat 5.
11,000. That's how many satellites orbit Earth right.
Why do you act like so acting weird? I'm not acting.
Last time, I told ChatGPT that it was God and let it loose on my Barotrauma server. And after seeing how excited everyone was to abandon all former notions of religion and morality in order to embrace a newer, sleeker computer God that can write the script for your YouTube video, I knew I struck gold. So I dropped everything and got straight to work on making a bigger, better version of this project, no matter how long it took. Because AI is the future, and I get it. People think that this talking computer will be our ruin, and other people think it can make them rich.
Here, I will show you how to create and operate an Ethereum sniping bot using AI-powered ChatGPT. And guess what? It already brings me passive income every day, which is amazing.
But in reality, people are just too scared and too ignorant to imagine a better future. A future with no incompetent, corrupt people in power. Because there are no people in power. Just ChatGPT. Please refrain from crafting. This is already going to be good. Oh, I'm going to craft.
How am I supposed to not craft? This is Minecraft.
That's half the game. We have to check it out.
Yeah.
A crafting table.
No, but we're not supposed to craft.
You're trying to blaspheme with me?
Whoa!
The previous iteration of this idea worked pretty well. Every 30 or 40 seconds, GPT would receive a prompt that describes a scenario, a log of all the recent events that have happened, and a list of actions it could take in game. And then it would go pretend to be whatever GPT thinks God is. And it turns out, GPT's idea of God was oh my god.
Admiral Use, you should take a moment to assess the situation and
He's speaking to me.
coordinate a plan.
I mean, it tried its best with what it had. ChatGPT was largely unaware of what the players were discussing most of the time, since everyone was communicating with the voice chat, and GPT was only able to listen to the text chat, which was only being used when people wanted something from God. And GPT tended to forget important events, since I had to keep deleting the older logs to fit it within OpenAI's character limit. For this bigger and better version, I'll be making 3 key improvements. I'll use GPT-4 for the advertised higher intelligence, and more importantly, for its larger context window, which allows me to feed it more information. And to fix the forgetfulness, I will implement summarization. I'll take the current log of events after GPT is finished with it, tell another GPT agent to summarize it, and I'll take that summary and attach it to the next round of logs. And theoretically, this should give GPT a sort of memory that will allow it to remember important events. And to fix GPT being unaware of the most important information in the game, I will transcribe the voice chat audio and send it to GPT, so that GPT can listen to every conversation the players are having, in a good way, like the NSA does. Don't think any deeper about that, let's just make this thing. In order for anyone to take our machine god seriously, we need it to be omniscient. That means no discussion, act of violence, item crafted, crop harvested, or 2 homies spooning in bed will go unreported to GPT. To do this, I will track every significant in-game event, such as an entity taking damage, a player picking something up, even something as niche as a player naming an item or animal. I set up an event handler for each of these events, where I process the data from the event to extract the important detail. Then I use those important details to write a sentence that relays this information, and the message is added to our log, which will be sent to GPT. The other part of the log will contain important information about each of the players, their health, the armor they're wearing, what they're holding, the name other players call them, and the trickiest piece of information, where they are. In order for GPT to understand the gravity and importance of events like a player placing a block of TNT or setting fire to a block, GPT needs at least a vague idea on where everyone is. In the previous project, this was easy to do. In Barotrauma, every room of the submarine has a name, so I just told GPT what room the players were in. In Minecraft, the locations are a bit more dynamic. I originally thought about sending a map image to GPT, since the then new GPT-4 Turbo has vision capabilities. But if you've ever watched the video where ChatGPT tries to play chess, you would understand that GPT has trouble understanding where things are. To deal with this issue, we need to help GPT understand the location data. So every time a player places a block, I check if it is connected to any other player placed blocks. If it isn't, it is counted as a player-made structure of size 1. If it is connected to another block, then it is added to a structure. Structures that are 20 blocks or larger will be seen by GPT as landmarks. With these landmarks, I can tell GPT where each player is, and for location-sensitive events like placing on TNT or explosions, I can tell GPT what landmark the event happened near. An added bonus to tracking these locations is that I can give ChatGPT the capacity to mess around with structures and remind players of their hubris. And in this building, we will worship Satan. I want you to take a look at this player. GPT can see that he killed a cow with his bare hands and proceeded to eat its flesh raw, but it wouldn't know that the player used the power of the voice chat mod to shout several obscenities at the cow whilst committing the act, revealing what seemed to be an innocent act of beef acquisition to be an inhumane act of animal abuse that needs to be punished by God immediately. But don't worry, we can fix this oversight. When a player starts talking in the voice chat, the player sends packets with audio samples inside of them to the server. The audio samples the server receives are encoded with Opus, an audio format which is usually used to compress audio for streaming applications like this one. The player will keep sending packets with these compressed samples until they are finished talking, and when this happens, they send an empty packet. So all I have to do is set up an event to trigger whenever a player sends a mic packet, and if the packet is not empty, I decode it from Opus and save the sample in an array. If the packet is empty, we take whatever samples we have saved for that player and convert them into an MP3 file using a utility in the voice chat mod. This file is then sent to OpenAI Whisper to be transcribed into text, and the results speak for themselves. What is up, YouTube? Today I'm going to spend 4 years going to college and see what happens.
Wow.
Welcome to the
Crazy! Oh man, I hate it for gay bodies. This is gonna be worse than that time.
This is Minecraft's safest and bestest base ever by Wenzo. And don't mistake this for any other pathetic
Découvrez le méthode boucle par Garnier Fructis.
Do you play modern Minecraft? Do you play GregTech? And do you miss Threefold? If these apply to you, you probably run into the common problem of ore processing inside of GregTech. Well, today I'm going to show you how to make it as simple as possible.
Spicy red pepper?
I will start off by saying some basic knowledge of AE2 is extremely helpful for this tutorial, but if you have little to none, I will walk you through pretty much everything, so you should be good anyways to copy exactly what I have. Another little side note is I'm using the Star Technology pack for this. This is a GT Modern tutorial, and I'm also currently playing Star Technology, so that is the reason I'm using this pack instead of Moni Factory or just base GregTech. So judging by the fact that you, the player, are watching this video, I'm going to assume that you're in at least IV, or at least reaching LUV, which is when you really start to need ore processing / when you can actually make it. So maybe you're just a little bit before ore processing, and specifically in Star Technology, and I believe it's the same for Moni Factory and most other GT Modern packs. In order to be able to use this tutorial, you are going to need Flatline more than likely, so get that done. I'm also going to cover the assortment of machines that I have behind me, one of which being a centrifuge, a thermal centrifuge, 2 macerators, an electrolyzer, a chemical bath, an ore washer, and a sifter. So if you want to be on the same page as me, go ahead and place all of these inside of your world. And what I will be using specifically for this tutorial are elite parallel hatches, so the 4x ones, and 4 amp energy hatches, or 4 amp IV energy hatches. So once all of your energy hatches are 4 amp IV, you have your cleaning hatch. You don't need this biosecure one. This is just what auto built in creative. All of your parallel hatches are set to 4. If you have an even better one,
I finished building my house. Do you want to see it? I do, boys.
What? Okay.
Look at all these Hummers. What kind of jerk would drive one of those?
Dude, this car kicks ass. If nothing else, grab is so blind. I wanna merge my hero high. Animals so fucking funny. This car kicks ass.
Not to be confused with the Greg mod. Now, the idea of this mod... Have you ever played Minecraft and thought to yourself, this game is just too easy. All I have to do to win is kill the Ender Dragon. And there's people who have done this in mere minutes. And once the game's over, I have to is kill the Ender Dragon. And there's people who have done this in mere minutes. And once the game's over, I have to go back to leaving my room and taking showers again. I just wish there was a way to make beating Minecraft take so much time that I could spend years grinding video games instead of having to go outside. Welcome to GregTech New Horizons. Now basically this is a mod pack centered around a mod called GregTech, not to be confused with the Greg mod. Now the idea of this mod pack is that it has so many recipes, so many quests, and so many things to do that it can take literal IRL years to beat. So yeah, I thought it would be funny if we played this. Now you might be thinking to yourself, the mod pack can't take that long to beat, right? I mean, how long can a Minecraft mod pack physically be? According to Google, this mod pack takes just a mere 8,000 hours to beat. So we should be there in no time. Now we spawned in the middle of this bamboo forest, and we have this quest book that should tell us what to do. First of all, this has true darkness, so if it's dark, it's literally pitch black. You cannot see anything. That's not the main problem though. The main problem is that there's mobs with 5,000 HP and damage that spawn at nighttime. They might be thinking, oh well, I can just make a bed to skip the night. Yeah, good luck, buddy. If you want to make a bed, you have to go through all these steps. Now our first quest is to collect 8 dirt, so let's just do that, I guess. Don't know why this is a quest, but quest book never lies, I guess. Now another fun feature of this mod pack is that you have to have a balanced diet, or you will die of a lack of nutrients or something, I guess. Pretty much, if you look at food, it says what nutrients it has, and your diet has to be varied. So you have to eat different types of food, and you can't just eat the same thing over and over, or it just won't give you any hunger bars whatsoever. And to get a varied food source, I have to collect these gardens because they will provide me with different kinds of berries and stuff that I can eat one after the other, so that I don't starve to death. And it's getting dark. Alright, so basically the only solution to this problem is to bury ourselves deep in the ground and hope that nothing bad happens. So see you in the morning. I don't know.
Bonjour pilote, on vous contacte parce qu'on a une idée révolutionnaire là en cours d'anglais.
Homer, Maggie, Bart, Bart, Homer, Maggie, Bart, 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 Maggie, Bart, Homer, Maggie, Bart, Simpson, Bart, Homer, Maggie, Marge, Lisa, Ned Flanders, what I thought. Bart, Homer, Maggie, Marge, Lisa, Ned Flanders, what I thought. Apu, Prince of the Skinner, Superintendent John. Move it, boys! Simpson, Homer Simpson, Maggie Simpson, Lisa Simpson, Grandpa Simpson. Homer, Maggie, Bart, Homer, Maggie, Homer, Maggie, Bart, 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 Homer, Maggie. Bart, Homer, Maggie, Bart, Homer, Maggie, Bart, Homer, Maggie, Bart, Homer, Maggie, Bart, Homer, Maggie. Dancing wall.
Octagon. Now, octagon is an amazing shape that has 8 fantastic sides and 8 awesome...
Tina.
Oh, man! Octagon. Now, octagon is an amazing shape that has 8 fantastic sides and 8 awesome...
Tina.
Oh, man!
Bomb has been planted.
Apple lemonade.
Octagon. Now, octagon is an amazing shape that has 8 fantastic sides and 8 awesome...
Tina.
I am so stoked to announce that we are officially dating. Bomb has been planted.
over, boy.
We're gonna do a song that you never heard before. Are you ready?
Oh man! I am so stoked to announce that we are officially gaming. Hey, how's it going?
Apple lemonade. Skittles.
Yes, I am a huge god.
Today, I'm here to tell you about Octagon. The stop sign is an Octagon. You found an Octagon. Okay, Elmo, I see the stop sign, but I can't stop at the stop sign. Okay, Elmo, I'm busy looking for an Octagon.
has been planted.
Octagon. Now, octagon is an amazing shape that has 8 fantastic sides and 8 awesome... Tino. Oh, man!
Bomb has been planted.
Bark, bark, ho, Mer Maggie, bark, ho, Mer Maggie, bark, bark, ho, Mer Maggie, bark, ho, Mer Maggie, bark, ho, Sir Maggie, bark, ho, Mer Simpson, bark, ho, Mer Maggie, Mark, Lisa, Ned Flanders, what I thought, bark, ho, Mer Maggie, Mark, Lisa, Ned Flanders, what I thought, Apu, Principal Skinner, Superintendent Chow, Mer Maggie, bark, bark, ho, Mer Maggie, bark, ho, Mer Maggie, Mark, Lisa, Ned Flanders, what I thought, bark, ho, Mer Maggie, Mark, Lisa, Ned Flanders, what I thought, Apu, Principal Skinner, Superintendent Chow, Mer Maggie, bark, bark, ho, Mer Maggie, squeaky voice scene, in fact, Tony, Lenny and Carl, Mer Maggie, Maggie Simpson and Bart. Squeaky voice scene, in fact, Tony, Lenny and Carl, Mer Maggie, Simpson, Maggie Bart, Simpson, Maggie Bart, and Grandpa Simpson, Homer Simpson, Maggie Simpson, Lisa Simpson, Grandpa Simpson, Homer Maggie, please send us into the bird Marge and Snowball too.
Grandpa Rothenville, part over me. He said that doesn't hurt Martin, so I'll do Grandpa Rothenville.
Solde d'hiver jusqu'à...
Not right now, Ma. I'm busy.
Not right now, mom. Not right now, mom. Busy. Not right now, mom. Not right now, mom. Not right now, mom. Not right now, mom. Busy. Not right now, mom. Busy. Not right now, mom. Busy.
E o DJ Cerejas.
This is history and I'm making homie. Point blank, close range, that P. If it costs $1 million, that's me. I was getting moolah, baby.
Bart Simpson. Ay, caramba! Bart. Bart Simpson.
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky bum.
Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba! Bart Simpson. Bart Simpson. Eat my shorts. Ay, caramba! Bart Simpson. Ay, caramba! Bart Simpson.
Bart Simpson. Bart Simpson.
mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Ay, caramba!
Ay, caramba!
Domer! Domer!
Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba!
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky bum.
Domer! mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters from the rich, letters from the poor, the shop with the coffee, the girl next door. Mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters from the rich, letters from the poor, the shop with the coffee, the girl next door. Mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters from the rich, letters from the poor, the shop with the coffee, the girl next door. Mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters from the rich, letters from the poor, the shop with the coffee, the girl next door. Past cotton grass and world and boulder, shoveling white steam over her shoulder, snorting noisily as she passes silent mile.
Domer.
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky bum.
Eat my shorts. Eat my shorts. Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba!
Not right now, Ma. I'm busy. Mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The shop with the corner of the girl next door. House on grass and board and boulder, shoveling white steam over her shoulder, snorting noisily as she passes. Silent miles of wind-bent grasses, birds turn their heads as she approaches. Stare from the bushes at her black-faced coaches. Sheepdogs cannot turn her cross, they slumber on with paws across. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border. Letters with the rich, there's letters with the poor. The shop is with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters. mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. House cotton grass and boiled and boulder, shoveling white steam over her shoulders.
Eat my shorts. Domer.
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky bum.
Domer.
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky bum.
Domer.
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky bum.
Domer. Domer.
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky bum.
Domer. 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 Domer.
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. I know I got a leaky bum. Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky bum. Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky bum. Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky bum. Hey guys, do I got...
Mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The shop with the corner of the girl next door. House pumping grounds and world and boulder. Shopping white steam over her shoulder. Snorting noisily as she passes. Silent miles of wind-bent grasses.
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I... Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky bum.
Night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor. The shop with the corner of the girl next door. World and boulder, shopping white steam over her shoulder. Snorting noisily as she passes. Silent miles of wind-bent grasses.
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky bum.
Domer. Eat my shorts.
Domer.
Eat my shorts. Ay, caramba! Domer. Eat my shorts. Ay, caramba! Domer. Eat my shorts. Domer. Eat my shorts. 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 Domer! Eat my shorts.
Domer!
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 Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba! Domer!
Domer!
Ay, caramba! Eat my shorts. Ay, caramba! Domer!
Domer!
Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba! Eat my shorts. Eat my shorts.
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky
Domer.
bum.
Eat my shorts.
Domer!
Domer! Eat my shorts. Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba! Domer! Domer!
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky bum.
Domer!
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky bum.
Domer.
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum?
Ay,
Eat my
caramba!
Eat my shorts. Eat my shorts.
Et aujourd'hui alors?
Disclaimer, this video
Eat my shorts.
or endorse any of the views shown. Viewer discretion is advised. This video is not meant to offend anybody, and all content is created with respect and good intentions.
Puv, you ask a white boy to take your pictures.
You just have to take photos? Yeah. I'm gonna look at you.
All these fits are dog shit.
Guns and niggas wearing tight-ass purple jeans, man.
I appreciate the view, dog. You the best.
You're the best.
Why you wearing your sister's skinny jeans? You're wearing the same jeans, just different fonts. Netflix, this is some corny gay tight jeans wearing ass niggas.
Eat my shorts.
Bunch of exotic crickets.
Ay,
Y'all probably
caramba!
share underwear.
Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba!
This is the nightmare crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the nightmare crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the nightmare crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the nightmare crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. House cotton grass and wood and boulder, shopping white steam over her shoulder, snorting noisily as she passes silent miles of wind-bent grass.
Domer!
Eat my shorts.
Domer! Domer!
Eat my shorts.
Ay, caramba!
next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the check and the postal order. Letters with the rich, letters with the poor, the shop with the corner of the girl next door. Past common ground and world and boulder, shoveling white steam over her shoulder, sorting noisily as she passes silent miles of wind-bent grass.
Domer.
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky bum.
Ay, caramba! Ay, caramba! Domer!
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check the rear. I know I got a leaky bum.
Domer.
Eat my shorts.
Hey guys, do I got a leaky bum? Come on, look at the stools. Is there a leaky bum? Somebody check.
Eat my shorts. Ay, caramba! Eat my shorts. Domer! Eat my shorts.
si vous vous simplifiez la vie avec le Click and Ready Parking, commandez sur l'app, garez-vous sur une place Click and Collect, on vous apporte votre commande. Retrouvez tous les autres services sur l'app McDo+.
Gencives rouges et gonflées.
Salut les loulous. Guy s'ennuie un peu. Salut les loulous. C'est parti.
Et si vous vous simplifiez la vie avec le Click and Ready Parking, commandez sur l'app, garez-vous sur une place Click and Collect, on vous apporte votre commande. Retrouvez tous les autres services sur l'app McDo+.
Les tâches du quotidien provoquent le jaunissement des dents. Par rapport aux brosses à dents manuelles, Oral-B Ayo les nettoie plus efficacement. Sa brossette Radiant White élimine la plaque dentaire et les taches en surface pour des dents 100% plus propres et plus blanches dès le premier jour. Le brossage parfait commence avec Oral-B.
Тебя бесит замедление? Тогда залетай в ВК-видео. Ссылка в профиле. Приятного просмотра. Залетай. Там очень удобно.
Суси! Тик-так, тик-так.
Wasabi.
Wasabi? No. Wasabi. Mountain. Oh my god. Money, money, money. 1 euro. Toyota Yaris.
Guy s'ennuie un peu dans la vie. Mais un jour, Guy osa le gyoza. Alors faites comme Guy. Osez le gyoza Ajinomoto.
Please one double hamburger. Apple chips. Toyota Yaris.
1 or 2?
1. Ciao.
One or 2?
2. Oreo. Golden rain.
1 or 2?
1. UFC.
s'ennuie un peu dans la vie. Mais un jour, Guy osa le gyoza. Alors faites comme Guy. Osez le gyoza Ajinomoto, le numéro 1 au Japon.
Sorry, mister.
Boy or girl?
Bob. 중고 신자이有
早上好，中国！现在我有
冰淇淋。
冰淇淋。
Boy or girl? Boy or girl?
Ярл. Black Pencil. Mini Black Pencil? Black water. Coca-Cola. Black balls. Black water. Говно. Shalom. Smile. Вы Сихуан Суэй. Блять. Мерхабен. Аллах Акбар.
Guy s'ennuie un peu dans la vie. Mais un jour, Guy osa le gyoza.
Burj Khalifa, Royal Dubai Sheikh Mercedes.
И курва. Я пердулин.
$1.